Islam, Islam, Islam. Another grand rotation back to the sun. Now let us rise and be great. Islam. We want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class sponsored by our Moorish American government. Islam, today is 25 September 2022. I am Dr. Kepri Anubis Rasul Bey, National Assistant Grand Chairman of Moorish America and Council General of the God Allah Territory, giving a rise and praise once again to another grand manifest here in Moorish America. Islam. Today our host instructor will be Dr. Shadua Menti Al-Muhajjid Sepshuel, National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America. Today's platform was provided by the God Allah Georgia Territory. Islam, Islam. Islam, Dr. Bati Bey.
Islam, brother. How you feeling?
Let me turn this old volume up. There we go. Islam, say again, grand man.
Said Islam, how you feeling, more?
Oh, we just as Moorish as ever. No complaints.
I heard that.
No complaints, no complaints. No,
You
sir.
need me to do anything?
Oh man, you do it all the time, Mo.
Hey.
Being that swift angel over there in that Iowa territory. Yes, sir. But shoot, man. Other than that, but how you been doing, grand man? How you doing?
Just trying to get all this stuff together, man. That's really studying, trying to get this stuff together.
Well, there's always work to do.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Always work to do. Yes, sir. There's always work to do. And and one thing about a spirituality, it definitely is for the strong, not for the weak.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I tell you, man, I'm gonna go ahead and our Commission Adept Moorish American Prayer. I'm gonna go ahead and put that up there, and you can come forward with that when we open up the way. And voila, there we go.
All right.
Yes, sir. Islam, Islam, gratitude.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Islam, Islam, Islam. We want to welcome everyone to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class sponsored by our Moorish American government. Islam will be starting shortly. Islam. Islam, Dr. Gary Myers Bey. I come in love and leave in peace. Islam, how you be, grand man?
Islam, God, man, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. How about me, over?
Gratitude. All praise be to the great God, Allah, unto his holy prophet, noble brother, Islam, Islam, Islam. Myers Bey, check it out. Let's go for it. God, man. You need me to do anything today, God, man?
Oh, we good. We good to go, grand man. Sound like you moving a little bit.
All right. Yeah, I've been in here, just got out the shower and trying to get this computer together and everything. Gratitude for the invite too, because for the last like 3 weeks I ain't been getting one. Islam though, gratitude, peace and love.
Islam, Metaphysical, Islam. We love you. Islam. Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, Texas Territory, and Swift Angel number 4, National Sister Grand Sheik of Moorish America, Dr. Shadua Minty, the Muhammad Sexual Islam family. All right. Islam. Well, we're going to go ahead and open up the way. Islam. Let us rise on the 7th and be great once again on the manifest that Allah has brought forth here, there, and everywhere to all Moorish Americans across the world, all Muslims. And at this time, we're going to bring forth our very own Dr. Barty Bay, Council General of the Iowa Territory. Islam, Grandman, open up the way with that commission and that Moorish American prayer. Islam.
First, I'd like to rise to give all manner of praise to Allah, honor to the Prophet, honor to our theocratic government, our Royal Council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, swift angels, muftis, citizens alike, honor to all the Moors that are here, honor to all the Moors that are here in spirit. Islam. And I will now bring the committee and add that Moorish American prayer. Ya Allah abnu haru makoneteru, Ya Allah abhet heru, Ya Allah ma'at heru, Ya Allah hotep heru, Ya Allah haru, Ya Allah ma'at heru kuti, Ya Allah awajeja juti, Ya Allah pertim sutek pertim haru, Ya Allah bamaduti, al hedisepsis reab tu ali. Ami Alisa, Alisa, Alisa. And that is to say, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my God, O Allah, you are my salvation, by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, O Allah, Drew Ali, Holy Isa, Holy Isa, Holy Isa. And with the recitation of our ancient committee and add that Moorish American prayer, I would like to turn this meeting back over to Dr. Torrey Simpson Bay. Islam.
We give honors to you, Grand Man, for reciting our commission adept Moorish American prayer. Islam. Well, at this time, family, we're going to come forward with our divine constitution of Moorish America. Praise Allah for sending us a holy prophet, Noble Jawali, for giving us the guidance, the light, and all that it is to be Moorish. Islam. Salvation, our God, unity. The divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the Chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws, Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws. And all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folk, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Jawali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Jew Ali, through the guidance of his father, God Allah. Prophet Noble Jew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And now that this meeting has been opened according to Act 2 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, we say Islam, Islam, Islamism. And at this time, I'm going to bring forth the chapter of the week, chapter 27, Islam. Yehoshua receives the mystic name and number and passed the first brotherhood test. The master took down the scroll from the wall, a scroll on which was written down the number of the name of every attribute character, and he said, the circle is the symbol of the perfect man, and the 7 is the number of the perfect man. The logos is the perfect word, that which creates, that which destroys, and that which saves. The Hebrew master is the logos of the Holy One, the circle of the human race, the 7 of the time. And in the record book, the scribe wrote down the logo, circle 7, and thus was Yehoshua known. The master said, the logos will give heed to what I say. No man can enter into light till he has found himself. Go forth and search till you have found your soul, and then return. The guide led Yehoshua to a room in which the light was faint and mellow, like the light of early dawn. The chamber walls were marked with mystic signs, with hieroglyphs and sacred texts. And in the chamber, Yehoshua found himself alone, where he remained for many days. He read the sacred texts, thought out the meanings of the hieroglyphs, and sought the import of the master's charge to find himself. A revelation came. He got acquainted with his soul. He found himself. Then he was not alone. One night he slept, and at midnight hour, a door that he had not observed was open. And a priest in somber garb came in and said, my brother, pardon me for coming in at this unseemly hour, but I have come to save your life. You are the victim of a cruel plot. The priests of Heliopolis are jealous of your fame, and they have said that you will never leave these gloomy crypts alive. The higher priests do not go forth to teach the world, and you are doomed to temple servitude. Now, if you would be free, you must deceive these priests, must tell them you are here to stay for life. And then when you have gained all that you wish to gain, I will return and by a secret way will lead you forth that you may go in peace. And Yehoshua said, my brother man, would you come here to teach deceit? Am I within these holy walls to learn the wiles of vile hypocrisy? Nay, man, my father scorns deceit, and I am here to do his will. Deceive these priests, not while the sun shines. What I have said, I have said. I will be true to them, to Allah, and to myself. And then the tempter left, and Yehoshua was again alone. But in a little time, a white-robed priest appeared and said, well done, the Logos has prevailed. This is the trial chamber of hypocrisy. And then he led the way, and Yehoshua stood before the judgment seat, and all the brothers stood. The Hierophant came forth and laid hands on Yehoshua's head and placed within his hand a scroll on which was written just one word, sincerity, and not a word was said. The guide again appeared and led the way. And in the spacious room, replete with everything a student craves, was Yehoshua bade to rest and wait. Islam, Islam, Islam. And at this time, Morris King, we're going to call forth to the floor our very own National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shadu Al-Minti Al-Muhajjid Sepshuel, Islam. If you're speaking Grand Sheikh, we can't hear you, Grand Man. We give him a little time, family. Islam. Islam, Islam. Let's see here. He's going to come back in. He just left out, so he probably come back in. Islam. Well, Islam, family. We talk about this this 7, and let's see. We'll wait till he get back. Yeah, so we talk about the 7 in chapter 27. Of course, when we look at the very first chapter of our Moorish Holy Quran, the creation and fall of man, we see the 7. Actually, we would say on creative fate in 3 events, and it's in sections. It's actually 3 paragraphs, and we see the 7. And we talk about the proclamation declaration. And as I always say, that the proclamation declaration is theocracy. Each and every Moorish American national represents theocracy from the thought of the seed, which is Islam, and also theocracy on the manifest, the Lord of plane, the Lord of plane, and the Lord of the plane of manifest. And also when that carnal nature sprung, and therefore the folk. So therefore, to be God on the manifest is to be white, because we understand that white represents God, and God is the ruler of the land. So to be white, that means the vibration, the thought pattern has to be at a high vibration. So in this Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, I'll say that, well, I ask you, what color is your flag to you? On the manifest, yes, we see it. We see it red. But what about you? Because when I say that, well, the seed grew apace, and every seed has a stalk, and then it has its leaves. So when we put the aspect, when we talk about how Yehoshua, in this special chapter, found himself, well, in this theocratic government, I would say, in the thought process, I find myself in Moorish America, and we are the flag. We are the seed that has grown apace, because now, 1, we are Islam. We are the completed thought of Allah. 2, we are theocracy, the very first form of government. Also, Islamism, the outward expression of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And what is that? That is our flag. And we understand, we talk about the wars. We understand that. But right now, I'm dealing with the divinity of who we are. And then also the last special chapter, the last paragraph on the creation and fall of man, you see it again. But then that's when you have to exercise the attributes of Allah within you, within us. And then also you have to exercise theocracy, because theocracy came before the carnal nature. So therefore theocracy, and now we are to return back to theocracy. That means that Dr. Ann Carter Bey, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey, Dr. Gary Mars Bey, Dr. Patal Ra and Pooh and Antibati Bey is theocracy. And then, but we had theocracy before we had to govern that old carnal nature. And then we have to be white, because the thought process has to be at a very high vibration. Because to be spiritual is to be strong, not to be entangled. My thought process. Now, I only speak of a way, not the way. And at this time, Swift Angel number 4 has come back on the manifest, Islam. Let's see, joining. There we go. Islam, can you hear me, National Sister Grand Sheikh?
Yeah, Islam. It had a message saying the host wasn't letting nobody unmute or something like that early.
Really?
Yeah,
That's definitely not. Let me check the security, man, because there's nothing that like me. Nope.
it's just the message came up on my side.
Really?
So I had to come out and come back in.
Okay, Islam. You have the floor, man.
Islam. Can you hear me, Moors? Clearly?
Loud and clear.
Okay, gratitude. Islam, Islam, Islam. But let us rise upon the seventh and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors for all of you who are a living manifestation and personification of everything. And I do mean everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome our Moorish kin to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Mohadi Shabazz El. My ancient committee and high name being the same as Dr. Shedawin Mintiel Muhajid Shepsuel. And as always, we come forth with a grand drawing for our Moorish kin, that they may be able to have a clear conception of the work that we are called to do when it comes to preserving our history and our culture and so forth and so on. So without further ado or delay, we want to start off as we always do and call on a few of our Moorish kin who may be willing to read from the Book of Fire, if ones would volunteer. Islam. Okay, Islam. Who is that? Can't hear you speaking a little low.
Islam family, can you hear me now?
Oh, I hear you. Yeah. Gary Miles, Bay, Islam, brother. We're gonna start with the initiation of tools on page 455. And you can actually go all the way down to let me make sure because I want to. Yeah, you can actually go over to page 457, the end of page 457.
Islam.
And then we'll get another more to pick up because they don't need but two more to read here. One more to read the rest of it from 458 to 459. Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Gratitude, brother Bati Bey.
Islam.
Islam. Well, all right.
458 to what?
458 is 459.
Okay.
You can start at the hammer because he's gonna stop at page 457.
Okay. Islam, peace and love.
Peace and love.
Islam family, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Gratitude. All praise be to the great God Allah, honor to his holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Islam, Islam, Islam. Once again, I rise and I give praise to the great God Allah. I give the highest honors to his holy prophet, our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, his high name, Sheikh El Sharif Abdul Ali. I give high honors to the greatest forerunner ever, Marcus Mosaic Garvey L. I give high honors to our theocratic Moorish American government. I give high honors to Act 1, our divine constitution bylaws, our government officials, staff, and citizens. And I also give high honors to you, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Shadu Amenti Amohejit Shepsuel, for this grand ears research class today. And I also give high honors to the National Assistant Grand Chairman, Dr. Torre Anu Simpson Bay, for holding the platform for this class. And I give high honors to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Our Moorish flag, grand emblem, grand seal, all my Moorish kin that spoke before me, and all my Moorish kin that will speak after me, and everything that is Moorish. Islam, Islam, Islam. Divine Minister Dr. Gary Myers Bay, Apalachicola, Florida territory. And I'm going to be starting on page 455 of the Book of Fire. Initiations to the tools. Tools are implements used to modify raw materials for human use. They are basically considered as an extension of the hand to increase its speed, power, and accuracy in their expressions of thoughts. Any modern day encyclopedia will reveal the origin of tools began in Africa. The stanchest of European anthropologists will reluctantly admit it was the African man who first made and used tools. Some have recorded dates from the late Pliocene or early Pliocene, about 2,000 years ago, as accepted periods when the sun-kissed ancient African ones manufactured labor-saving devices. While these admissions are good rounds estimates, the question remains: how would a native of Europe know what went on far back in Africa, especially when they themselves would not be a thought until 9000 BC? Anyway, ancient masters taught the human hand is the symbolic of the human mind. Its ability to grasp, retain, create, release, and even perform miracles makes the hand mind unlike any other organ of the universe. Morse Holy Quran, chapter 37, ayat 10. Still, Allah created the hand for man to stretch it out to the to the assistance of his brother. The empowering use of tools cannot be circumscribed. Building a clean and pure nation requires the use of immaterial tools. Immaterial tools. It is an impossibility for the Moorish people, now fed by the abolishment of slavery, to reach the highest heights without possession and use of tools. Needful to say, their tools must be their own and appropriated to their special needs. Therefore, what tools would be used by a clean and pure nation? From where would these tools derive? What would these tools be used to build? What everlasting power are these tools made of? Yehoshua said, to prove possibilities of man, temple of perfected man, Egyptian adepts call it Setno Ganath, man know thyself. Marcus Garvey called it Rise, ye mighty nation, and accomplish what you will. Elijah Muhammad called it a nation of Islam. No nation or person can represent the God state of freedom while using the tools of slavery and the carnal instruments that delude to Maya. In all the world, there are two things. One is truth, the other is falsehood, and falsehood is that which seems to be. Morse Holy Quran, chapter 7, ayat 4. If the tools of yesteryear have not built a clean and pure nation by today, the course of their tomorrow is destined for destruction. Either a system of government is helping you or it is hindering to you. It stands a reason in building, it stands to reason in building tools of a pure and clean nation. It cannot be the same kind of tools as those used to destroy their forefathers. As the expression goes, do as you have always done, and you will get what you've always gotten. So it's better to identify those instruments. Some familiar tools used to construct the man made beasts called Negro, black folks, etc., were screwdrivers, prisons, drugs, guns, wedges, penal- death, death penitentiaries, federal convictions, discriminations, misnomers, miseducation, secret oaths, wrench, nuts and bolts, ropes, chains, bars, whips, handcuffs, shovels, Bibles. None of these tools were used by the ancient Africans to build character, cities, pyramids, or mounds. These tools are the neither world and are used for oppression, imprisonment, burial, restraint, enslavement, slander, subjugation, deceit, murder, theft, pain, war, destruction, hypocrisy, falsehood, suffering, punishment, genocide. Why is it that man can relate to the hand tools, which can see and yet not understand the mind tools that are far more meaningful to his purpose? Could it be because the inner eye of his soul is still closed? Master tools are never seen or heard, yet they are needed in structuring all immutable perfections and things of boundless worth. In the material world, where all manifestations can be seen, heard, taste, touch, or smell, all things derive from the unseen. The world of the unseen is far more magnanimous than the one based upon the human knowledge, yet it is constituted in the physical world. Man uses tools every day. He uses these instruments to build by the pattern he sees, and this he calls progress. He can understand the power of the hammer and the cutting of the saw, measure of the rule, or circling of a compass. He knows the proper use of various tools will contour materials into a structure for his use. Tools are mechanisms which are extensions of man himself. He uses tools to enhance the precipit, precipit, the precipitability world according to the requestions of his sins. Man has learned to make tools of the same earth upon which he also, according which he also, support Allah family. Let me get this space here so I can see. Let me see, man, where we at? He uses tools. Let me start where it says tools are mechanisms which are extensions of man himself. He uses tools to enhance the perceptibility world, the perceptible world according to the requestions of his sins. Man has learned to make tools of the same earth upon which he also indigenous. He can readily identify these physical tools because he sees them or their products every day. Last Lacovist men of these days and times have become more accustomed to accepting conquest under the cross until they pattern their lives in the cross-like fashion. Still, the carnal custom of man do not alter the nature of truth, and there is nothing but destruction when two or more manifests attempt to cross the same space and time of another. Nevertheless, the children of wisdom know that the cross designs nothing in the universe, and all living things orbit in the circle of life to harmonize with all other living things. This is why the compass is the key tool for building components of man character. We are to be focused upon tools designed to build gods. The compass. The compass is a V shaped tool with two legs hinged together at one end. One leg is the pivot or the anchor leg, which draws its stability from the center. The marker leg reaches out to the prescribed area and moving from right to left encircles everything from the center to the outer bounds. Passions, desires, and other emotional discords are the result of attractions of external manifest and are housed within. Each will respond to the calling of these manifests that quickly become pseudo gods of which patient knows little or nothing. The compass is the first tool used when geometry is in action, whether the idea is a day, a creation, or a temple. It is made when it must have its possibilities encircled to the purpose and no further. Like so, the lower self of desires, with its carnal nature that sprung forth from fleshly things, known sometimes as the devil, must have their day. Yet their day is limited to itself and no other. The Elohim made the devil and gave the soul and flesh to man, spirit man. Still, all these are things, and the Elohim made everything that is, or was, or will be made. All things must pass away when their day meets their encompassed time. Thus, there is no failure for the human soul, and man will be fully saved, redeemed, and perfected by the things he suffered through his great gifts from the Elohim. Indeed, the only way out the fire is through the fire. As the compass was used in the divine designing of things upon each plane, likewise, as man perfects himself, he must use the compass to draw circles around his passions and desires to keep them in the bounds of righteousness. The above is known as the fix, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 17, ayat 37, which was encompassed by Allah, the, the, the husband, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1, that which is fixed by Allah and is known by Allah and is for man to solve. The square. The Egyptian professor Drew Ali teaches us about the celestial tools used to build the temple of perfected man. The compass, square, hammer, and axe are among many tools possessed by men, albeit only a few have the knowledge of how to use them. We use the square to measure all our lines and straighten out the crooked places of the way and to make the corners of our conduct square. The square is formed by the perpendicular intersections of two straight lines at 90 degrees. Further symbolic study reveals the L shape of the square serves the dual purpose to stand the character upright and on a level. The square, as a symbol of virtue, is used to certify the character at the right angle. When a man conduct is not stable or constant with his knowledge of truth, then the instrument is not being used. Next to the compass, the square is the most universal of tools. In these modern days, especially during the fall of the African man from consciousness, there are thousands of public and private all knowing entities when it comes to the meaning of this square. Some offer 3 square meals or a square deal. If a Mason dues are up to date with his attendance, he is often then on the square. One is considered out of square if it is not in agreement with the laws as laid down or not at right angles. Usually, to be square signifies honesty, fairness, consciousness, or straightforwardness. Today, today there is array of meaning for the square. However, all of them, whether ought or not, are hinged upon the original Lemire (MU) Atlantean design and purpose of as above, so below, basically meaning as a man think, so is he. Most people, through the innocence of ignorance, equate the original square with the European Freemasonry, but this is mostly due to either miseducation by the pale-skinned rulers or scanty research into the historical facts. The square's origin reaches as far as the everlasting of the past until the never-ending days to come. Because it is in the creation of man, the God man. It is not in the nature of the European to make gods out of human beings, but to make slaves out of men is more of his historical forte. The original and ancient African man was the first man to use the square. This physical part of man was first formed in East Africa. Geographically, this birthplace of the human family is biblically known as the Garden of Eden, the Holy Lands. Question 52 through 54. The entire land of Hala, He- He- Havala, Genesis 2nd chapter, verse 11, which the Hebrews call Eden, is known as Arabian, parentheses, of the Saudi family, parentheses, of this day. The African God man existed ages before the Hebrews recorded their history that they acquired from the Comedian slave masters. The word Hebrew, Adaham, Adaham, meaning ground, gave rise to the name Adam. Once the sound of Adaham had become correctly translated to the meaning little more than the beginning of the written history. See Adam and Eve. It was here that man first became the living square by creative faith. Morse Holy Quran, chapter 1. The essence of his creator, spirit or Adam, was clothed in a garb of flesh made from the planet mud and hinged at the joint with the consciousness soul. The ancient ones became the breath made flesh and thereby autonomous. This living autonomy of Adam is referred to as the first man, Adam. Here, it should be remembered that man was first formed as a god in divine flesh before falling into the human state of Adam. Adam became a living square because of the way man is made. The Spirit of Allah stands in a perpendicular image and level in his likeness with the earth was also made. Masterminds of old describe this the greatest of all creations, as above, so below. Question number 91. This is the main reason why Noble Drew Ali stated, no man can be a Negro, black, or color Ethiopian. Question 90. These are the beast slaves made by man, not by God Allah, but in the shadow of a European thought and will pass away. This is also why the Holy Prophet said, this great sin, the Negro, must be removed from the face of the earth. More simply put, the man made, more simply put, the man made by the great God was made on the square. Noble Drew Ali speaks of this square as divinity, as the rule of life. So kindly hath he united thy duty to thy nature, that the obedience to his perception is happiness to thyself. Morse Holy Quran, chapter 35, ayat 21. So-called blacks were made out of square, a man-made, a man-made man, not in agreement with the universal consciousness. Although the word man means thinker, it does not take a psychologist to reveal why anyone is out of character. It is simply because they are out of their rightful mind, not square with as above, so below. No man can be himself without being square at the right angle. Question 16. His natural habitat is to be in the kingdom of God. This is why the square is one of the permanent tools of ancient men. The man who knows how to pray is on the square. See prayer. When the pale skinned people migrated out of Europe, they acquired an earthbound misconception the earth was flat and perhaps square. It wasn't until about 6,000 years later, 1492 through 1530, they discovered a used compass and were taught how to square the circle. It should be pointed out it was the Greeks which misnomered the tri-square of the ancient Kemetes as a cube, which has 4 equal sides and angles. The tri-square is the tool of master men. It is it is a simple, small, unmarked square with 2 jointed legs of equal length. This implement this implement is used for testing the accuracy of angles, especially in the precision of stone cutting, etc. Pyramids, Khufu is formed of 2.3 million limestone blocks. The tri-square is not to be confused with the carpenter square, with the one leg longer than the other and inches marked for measuring. Often, the true measuring of the carpenter's tool are obfuscated in the 18 years of the biblical ignorance of Yehoshua's life, which went strangely awolo from ancient awolo from its Greek Roman authors. From the ancient Egyptians' book of the coming forth by day, misnomer, Book of the Dead, the square is the staple tool among declarations of Ma'at used in the civilized nations of the earth, often referred to as the Golden Rule. The square was given to the earliest Chinese dynasties. In their book of the Great Learning, 5000 BC, a man should not do unto others what he would not have them do unto him. Yehoshua, also an Egyptian adept, taught, you shall love Allah God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang all the laws and the prophets. Matthew 22, verse 37 through 40. Drali, the same Comedian limit, subhanAllah, Drali, the same Comedian lineage, calls the square principles of actions, and see that thou ever act according to them. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 41, ayat 9 through 10. Among the many tools used in the workshop of the mind, where conscious people build up character, are the hammer, level, compass, plumb, and plane. The Moors construct their character in the form of an upright, open, five-pointed pentagon. See star. It is impossible to construct the omnipotence five-pointed symbol within the heart of man without the clear concept of the tools. The mere awareness of the work which is required to build a conscious Moor immediately transforms a mortal of human knowledge into the architect of self. This inward journey of attainment in its simplicity is the most economical and natural way for man to think. Only then does his every act on physical level become perpendicular to the harmony of his creator. This is how the Moorish of today became the forefathers of yesterday. Noble Drew Ali gives divine instructions on the use of many tools in chapter 5 of his Holy Quran. See appendix. Islam.
Islam. Praises to Allah, honors to the Prophet. The hammer. His education of the hammer is to use the hammer to drive home truth and pound it in until it is a part of every part. More show the Quran 5:17. The true name of the hammer is resolution. Nothing drives the truth like reason. When reason is used before the intent of each action, it establishes firmness, stability, contentment, and happiness to one's thinking, understanding, reasoning, and will. The latter four are called actions of the soul or the mind. The hammer is a tool used repetitiously because each stroke represents poundings, buffeting the remembrance to the character. Each stroke is an unfolding consciousness into infinite wisdom. Resolution purifies the heart and mind. The purification is one of the must required the Constitution to be Moorish American. This purification is one of the must required the Constitution to be Moorish American. See Act 7. Slaves are men subjugated by other men. Those subjugated rely primarily upon the nature and what they have been furnished with by those who gave them a body of flesh. See chapter 41. The problem is a nature formed from body of desire sprang forth from those fleshy things and rendered the Moorish Americans into the realms of inconsistency. One decade, he is a Negro, the next colored man, the next black man, and then the next, he doesn't know whether he is a black African American or not. Notice the absence of the tools in their construction. And note, no truth and no hammer used in the building their minds. How then, as a people, can they ever be firm? Please study Ali's chapter 40 and 41, the level. The level is used to balance the character's attitude. The level is truth and is used to seek the harmonies of life. The level extends from justice, mercy, love, peace. The level extends from justice and mercy to the divinity of love and right. Moorish Holy Quran 3:9. The level is man in his higher self and in proper attitude. A man's attitude is strictly based upon his own perceptions. The attitude of an airplane is derived from a man's equal outlook at the calamities of the human state. It is how he sees karma or just what is happening. The events occurring and reoccurring, yet are all governed according to law. His use of the level determines if he sees the play or becomes a part of the mad human drama, which he witnesses on the stage of Maya. His level, when in proper balance, glides him above the ego's cloud of duality. He is love. Therefore, he does not suffer the pains of hate because only the ego suffers pain. See Adam and Eve's ego. The level shows counterpoise and equilibrium in a well-balanced character. It has no curves, bends, nor irregularities. It keeps the soul undisturbed by passions. Passions are desires affect that are passions and desire affect the attitude and interfere with the harmony of truth that are taught by the level. The differences among men, which they readily use to classify their hatred and other weaknesses, lose its meaning when the level is used. The level is an instrument which is balanced upon love and therefore teaches the equalities in what appear as differences among men. Discrimination is the ability to discern truth from falsehood, infinite from the finite, and the immutable from the concerns of time. When the level is mastered, it alone gives one the power to discriminate. The level also makes a man reliable. The plumb. The complete plummet consists of three parts, known as the plumb rule, the plumb line, and the plumb bob. The plumb rule is a strip of wood from which the plumb line is vertically suspended from the center at the other end. Attached to the same plumb line is the plumb bob. Together, their duty is to determine verticality and or depths. When these parts are functioning on all points, the plummet is in fact the spirit, soul, and the flesh of man. This function is also regarded as a body being drawn through human nature by the earth's center of gravity. Meanwhile, his soul, pending use of the will, is a gifted thin line uniting divinity and matter. When the wall of a man's character for his temple has been plummeted, then it is straight and true. Otherwise, it is out of plumb. Symbolically, the plummet marks the true growth of man through matter to his lofty estate. In building the temple of perfected man, the character must be plumb straight and true in order for the resurrection to be fact. He must go through the flesh and the soul to be himself. This is how Noble Drew Ali began to uplift the Moorish Americans. When a Moor is conscious of the plummet, he is aware of his present station topside earth. He is knowledgeable of lead-like weights, body of flesh, that has him bound down to this carnal life. 15:3. Yet, like the caged bird, he knows not to tear himself apart by it, for it has been appointed. 39:8. This instrument acts as a consistent reminder for man to walk the straight. One short of around 10:23. Upright, fearless, and independent. The plummet further represents that even from the essence of the flesh, there is a lifeline from man to Allah. One short of Quran 17:35-42. Yet this too is only possible through the will of man and the will of Allah being one. The plumb is the associated tool of the level. Unison of the plumb is contingent upon the level, as light rays are from the sun. The two implements of consciousness are indeed the embodiment of monotheism, first religious creed, which was founded by the ancient Moors. More show the Quran 48:6. The harmony of the level and the plumb literally means as above, so below. When a Moor's character is plumbed from the horizontal level of all Allah and truth, has every act becomes tried and perpendicular. He then consciously becomes the breath made flesh. Through this wisdom lives the attainment that the Moors and Allah are one. God and is the all of love. More so the Quran 7:22-23. The plumb is the line of consciousness, of conscious Moor's character, of a conscious Moor's character. It is used to keep the temple of his pentagram erect, accurate, and firm. His temple, or a star of perfected man, is always plumb line to the will of his creator, lest he go astray. The level and plumb are vividly symbolized in the flag of the Moorish with the scimitar and star. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, with the scimitar above a 5-pointed green star and centered in a Moorish red banner, is the only kind of flag for the Moors. See question 19-21, signs and symbols. The level and plumb, as represented in the Moorish flag, incarnates the return of the ancient Moorish wisdom into the integrity of a clean and pure nation. The scimitar and star depicts the God consciousness of a people. It shows the omnipotent powers of each citizen and the will of its user. Prophet Noble Drew Ali spoke of this national plumb line and plumb bob in his divine constitution as all Moorish Americans' hearts and minds being pure with love. And when he was Prophet Amos 2,750 years ago, Amos 7:7. The plane usually with an adjustable blade is a carpenter's tool used to smooth or level wood. We use the plane to smooth the rough, uneven surface of a joint and block and board that go to build the temple for the truth. More so the Quran 5:18. This is one of the last tools to be used in building the temple for the truth. And when the character becomes rough and uneven, the plane enables the initiate to resist the tempting winds that are certain to blow. Rough and uneven surfaces in the building of one's character are basically past decisions based upon irresolution or sluggish will. These are errors, sins, or ill thoughts that can be corrected. This is the purpose for the plane. The plane, and often the axe, is a tool used when one recognizes weaknesses, flaws, or discord between the God self and his creator. Since the nearest place for a man to meet Allah is in the heart, it also stands to reason the plane must be used along the straight path. As a Moor builds himself, he becomes more aware of such frailties of the ego and even those which lay dormant in the clearest of human knowledge: attachments, addictions, envy, anger, hatred, vanity, intemperance, etc., etc. See Adam and Eve's Maya and ego. Those who desire to be themselves upright, independent, and fearless use the plan. How the Moorish are to use their tools. Readers educated in the U.S. are reminded to please do not amalgamate modern European education or Freemasonic teachings with these use of ancient tools. This will only enhance 70 years of misunderstanding about Islamism, the last saving power brought to fallen humanity by Noble Drew Ali. Most Western philosophies and educators are based upon murders, deceit, and subjugation, and historically has little to nothing to do with the knowing of the self. Therefore, it is best to annul all such indoctrinations simply because their history will only reveal the domination, enslavement, and iron hand oppression of African nationals. Drew Ali said even, their food is nothing but poison. Equally as important, you must seize all degrees of hatred, negate the external foe, and contemplate the self. Besides, one's search for freedom can only be found in truth, the immutable truth. The Moorish Americans have inherent tools from Allah through his angel, Noble Drew Ali. They are the tools to reconstruct man's character from a fallen state of infidel to the understanding being of a conscious God. Now that some of the tools to dissect mental slavery has been identified, the remainder of this chapter will outline the typical Sunday school lessons being demonstrated among a group of Moors. It is drawn directly from the book of the Seven Seals, Moorish Holy Quran, by the Holy Prophet. It illustrates a case study, machination of the Negro, Black, and colored in the U.S. and how to use the Holy Quran for healing. So-called Blacks are those who are currently suffering from Ma'afa, mental slavery. This is the most lethal form of slavery in this modern days because its victims are under the delusion of freedom, yet are not free. Hence Maya at its best. Islam, Islam, Islam. Now I'd like to turn this meeting back over to our host, Dr. Haseb, Dr. Shahid. Islam, Islam, Islam.
Islamism. Gratitude for the reading, brothers. Bati Bey and Brother Gary Miles Bey. Having already risen, we continue to rise in ascension and give praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet. Honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. And this is a grand measure Moorish kin want to give honors for the reading. And the reason we had our Moorish kin give that reading in relation to where we're getting ready to go is because this relates in every way to metaphysical interpretations of our tools. And these tools, you know, are symbolic. You know, these are things that are used, you know, right here in the plane of things made manifest. In fact, if we were to take those same tools and we were to place them, you know, on paper, you know, you will see what the symbol, you know, is as it is expressed, you know, by observing it. Somewhat similar to the way that our ancestors, when they had tools, you know, you would see them place these things, you know, on the manifest as display. And they would often utilize them, you know, as expressed in Medu. And so nothing is different from that standpoint. And we use the tools the same way, but we telling you exactly the meaning of them, the metaphysical meaning of the tools, the spiritual meaning and the uses of the tools. And this is the same way one was able to have a clear conception, you know, of the language. You know, when you get into the metaphysics of this language, we have covered a grand drawing when it comes to the work of showing our family, you know, the metaphysics of the works. We sent our Moorish kin all the sources they need as far as when it come down to dealing with getting, you know, in the groove of being able to look at things in creation, study things in creation. And the things that you see that we have demonstrated, we found in the works are the PDFs of Hor Apollo and a few more works that were prior to the 19th century. You know, everything that took place prior to that, again, the people seeing these things metaphysically. We have the sources only after the so-called fake thing translation and so-called literation, as they would call it, a decipherment after a Rosetta Stone, that you see a take of a turn. But yet even Champollion himself really was indirectly drawing from many different people to come to his particular conclusion, you know, and basically come up with what he came up with, you know. So that's neither here nor there. But the main measure, we're going to go into some things, and we will get into some metaphysical examples, but this is not an overnight demonstration. We encourage our Moorish kin to become well acquainted with Brother Mustafa Gadala's works, you know, in regards to dealing with the metaphysics, you know, his work, the Egyptian hieroglyph metaphysical language. We're going to touch on some of this, you know, as well, because we gave this to the Moors before. But we also going to touch on some measures from the cosmology, because I actually had that in PDF form, and I can show our Moorish kin some examples, and we're going to deal with real time and reality in dealing with some of these measures and show you what's applicable and show you how we can see a deeper message than just looking at these symbols as alphabets, because people don't know what you do when you look at the symbols, you know, and you place them in the context of just being an alphabet. You actually incarcerate, you know, the metaphysical measure, because you say, okay, well, this symbol is the letter A. That takes all of the knowledge and the wisdom out of it as to what it really can be beyond what the European has said it was by making it an alphabet. It makes the symbol infinite, basically. And we know the Most High inspired our ancestors with infinite minds. You know, we know that because the Europeans still trying to figure it out. So who they are to come with their little pea brain and come and say, no, they meant this, and they didn't know. So they even had audacity to say they really didn't know what they were doing, y'all. That's the funny thing to me. So, oh, we finna have a grand class today, family. And so we want you to really pay attention as we go into this. This finna be a grand measure. What I want to do, because I actually have some slides up here, but I'm actually going to the source of some of the things I have in my slide will be there. I want to lay a premise here and a foundation, so to speak, that I would come forth with to give our family some clarity. And just give me 1 second here, Moorish kin. I'm gonna share this screen and we're gonna get into this. And we want our Moorish kin to really pay attention, because this is not the only area where this was actually emphasized. This is special measure. So let me share this screen real quick. We got some grand drawings for you, Moors. This is actually a PDF, you know, that I was getting ready to put together, because I was supposed to have a discussion with a particular individual that was, again, as y'all already know, they like to call it Assistant Grand Sheik out. You know, so being that that one ran off like the rest of them do, when it came time to sit down, we're going to utilize this measure and bring it forth to our Moorish kin. And if you notice here, let's start with our chapter for the week. This is very important. You know, the master said, and I mentioned this last night as well, The master said, the Logos will give heed to what I say. No man can enter into the light until he has found himself. Go forth and search till you have found your soul, and then return. The guide led Yehoshua to a room in which the light was faint and mellow like the light of the early dawn. The chamber walls were marked with mystic signs, right? It says with hieroglyphs and sacred texts. And in the chamber, Yehoshua found himself alone where he remained for many days. He read the sacred texts, thought out the meanings of the hieroglyphs, and sought the import of the master's charge to find himself. The revelation came, he got acquainted with his soul, he found himself, and he was not alone. And we know, ones begin to come in at this particular time. They basically tried to redirect his course. But if you notice here, Yehoshua was in the chambers within the plane of his own soul, because he was told to go find your soul. You see, go search, of the self until you find yourself. This is what a soul is, right? So the key is when he was put in this room with mystic signs, and we using the hammer repetition here, and it was basically marked with mystic signs and hieroglyphs and sacred texts. Like I said, he didn't have a methodology with alphabet and all of that, when he came forth. But he was in this chamber and he found himself alone where he remained many days, and he read the sacred texts. He didn't read them according to words and so forth and so on, because they were symbols. It says that he thought out the meanings of the hieroglyphs. You see? He read the sacred texts, that were there as well, but not hieroglyphs. There were sacred texts that were there, but there were also hieroglyphs, or metaneta. It's saying it. That's why it says it here. These walls were marked with mystic signs, with hieroglyphs and sacred texts. You see what I'm saying? So he didn't read the hieroglyphs. He thought out the meanings of the hieroglyphs, you see? And he read the sacred text. So we want to see the two differences that's being demonstrated here. So we see a case of metaneta being on the manifest, but we also see a case of sacred text on the manifest. And you can go to think about whatever language you would like to, be it Egyptian, Aramaic, hieratic, and so forth and so on. It's endless possibilities of the text that he could have been looking at. But the grand thing is, why was this necessary in order for him to find himself? Why was it necessary? Because, well, we know metaneta has to do with the language of God. So as you observe the things of nature, you observe God speaking to you through creation. You see, and you can find yourself if you pay attention to that. If you would just observe the sun, the moon, the stars, and look at their nature and the way that they are made and the way that they are set in a particular order. If you can reflect upon this and bring principles to yourself, to come to a clear conception of how creation is made, then you can apply something from the book of creation to your life. Just as the sun is disciplined in the heavens, and it stays in its special station, and every other planet, revolves around that demonstration, not going, outside of its orbit, so forth. That's a discipline. So if these things, we look at them into being something that's inanimate and they have no intelligence, then how are they able to be more disciplined, having no intelligence than we are, that's supposed to have intelligence and being disciplined? This is just one example I would give. We can just look at everything around us. Why are animals content in being the way they are? Why haven't they become so destructive, to begin building things that will harm themselves like we have, even though we're supposed to be higher than the animals? These are the things we can reflect upon. So surely we can find ourselves by observing, the things we see around us, by observing the creation. I call it reading, you know, in this context, the book of creation, you know, these are sacred texts. The book of creation is a sacred text. So all masterminds are able to demonstrate this. I just wanted to point that out before I go any further. So we see it's all about getting acquainted with one's soul. If one is not doing that, and Medu has not made you do that, then you're really wasting your time. Okay, so I want to point this out right here. This is very important, this word right here, because I'm going to go through a few slides, but I ain't going to spend a lot of time in them because I want to really get into some examples in real time with these metaphysical measures with the glyphs. Reverse engineer. For those who don't know the definition of this word, this is very important. Remember how I told you that the so-called hieroglyphs that were created by E. Wallace Budge, you know, and all the other ones that come together to create certain things, the orders they put to the alphabet and all of that. They said that they transcribed hieratic into hieroglyphs, or they transcribed Demotic into hieroglyphs. And I showed you the pictures, and I'm gonna get into some of that in a minute. I got a whole lot of hieratic papyri that's gonna blow the tassels around some of our Moorish kin feds when we get done. You know, but the unconscious Asiatic, you know, they in trouble. So nevertheless, that's what reverse engineering is. When they transcribe, you know, and took something out of the hieratic, and then they created, because they actually created plates, Moorish kin, to copy this, the pictures off the wall, and then they put that photocopy next to the original papyri, which was hieratic. We're going to get into all that in a minute. Oh, we know exactly how they put this stuff together. So it's reverse engineering. This is very important. When you reverse engineer something, you take it apart, observe its components, then you put it back together and call it something else. And you're going to find that's really against the law for somebody to do that, stealing somebody's intellectual properties. So this is what the European was demonstrating, reverse engineering. It means to disassemble and examine or analyze in detail a product or device to discover the concepts involved in manufacture, usually in order to produce something similar or different. So anytime, for example, when you see in China, you know, most of the time they make a pair of Jordans, you know, the ones that he have, and everybody say, well, this is the fake one, this is the replica. Anytime you replicate something, they replicate cars and everything, you know, from Rolls Royces to Bentleys, and I mean, anything that you can think about. You know, people have the ability through CADing and CAD programming, you can go and replicate anything and just call it what you want to call it. People do this with medicine, certain things that, you know, people use to put in their body. You know, they'll take the elements and the ingredients of somebody else's invention and then put another name on it. You know, and basically it's the same thing as what somebody had already brought forth. And this happened with cleaning products, and we can go in many different areas on how people do these things, right? It's always an imitation brand out there. And so what happened, you know, is that when they dealt with the language, you know, of ancient Kemet, and they seen the hieratic, they knew what it was, they actually reverse engineered and tried to reproduce it under their own expression, and they put pictures up there to express it instead of using, you know, the original text of the hieratic. We're gonna prove, we done already proved this, but we got some newfound evidence, so we exhuming the body once again. So we have here, is reverse engineering illegal? In the US section 103F of Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which is DMCA 17 USC, and people need to have this knowledge right here before they go do anything. So this is educational right here, even more. 1201F, reverse engineering specifically states that it is illegal to reverse engineer, circumvent the protection to achieve what they call interoperability. is what they call it, between computer programs such as information transfer between applications. You know, also it says, where it goes into basically why reverse engineering unethical. Many companies consider, you know, which they call an RE, an unethical practice, as it enables others to violate their copyrights and steal their intellectual properties. So we need to have this in mind. A lot of the intellectual properties of our ancestors has been stolen, remixed. That's the way we put it. Remix is the same thing as reverse engineered. It's the same thing as what we call taking the hieratic and transcribing it into symbols when it was not symbols before. Now, people think that I'm making a bold claim and I'm coming up with this stuff, but I got the evidence to prove what I'm saying. I'm gonna go into some things right here. Watch this, and this is very important. Notice they mentioned the papyri, these particular papyri together. This says the Khufu papyrus. For those who don't know what that is, that's the papyri of Miri, the beloved, one who was known as a superintendent or overseer. Now, ain't this may have been that this is the oldest papyri, and it was actually a diary book, one portion of it. Then you have the teachings of the papyri of Prissy, which is also around that same time. So they call both of them the oldest books. You know what I mean? They call both of them the oldest books. The papyri of Prissy, you know, deals more with the teachings of Tahotep, you know, which is, you know, the oldest book. They call it Teaching on Peace and so forth and so on. And this is from the Sabate teachings. We're going to get into that in a minute too. We don't want to go there yet. But also, these documents, the most important aspect about this Khufu papyri of Meiri, and it ain't strange the M&R is present right there during that very time, family. In the oldest papyri in Kemet, Meiri, the beloved, the superintendent, the overseer, is right there. And I'm gonna show you a picture of Meiri in a minute if you don't go look it up yourself while I'm speaking. But this is powerful. Mustafa Gadala put the date back to like 2700. You know, and a lot of that come with, you know, the Gregorian calendar, though. You know, as far as trying to get the time in here. So they saying 2500 BC, and that's why I don't deal with Gregorian calendar, because sometimes they'll be 1,000 years off. We proved that in the past. But we ain't gonna cry over spilled milk. You know, we just here to give you the story. But what I will say is, if the pyramid of Khufu and the rest of them that's right there with him, Menkaure and, you know, Khephren, all those pyramids that are mentioned at that particular time, those three, if they are some of the oldest monuments in Kemet, we ask the question, why is there no metal netta on the inside of these particular demonstrations? Why is there no language inside of these measures? They say, well, it's the pyramid of Unas. The pyramid of Unas, not the Great Pyramid. And also, a lot of people don't know, I'm very convinced that a lot of what they have found in those chambers were placed there later on because of certain information investigation I have, you know, dealing with a lot of things that were fake. So they would place certain things from a certain dynasty called the Ptolemaic dynasty on an ancient site and move it there to make you think that that was more ancient than what it really is. This would give credence to them creating their own Ptolemaic hieroglyphic system. We know it be a fact that these Europeans were able to take obelisks and monuments all the way across the waters from Egypt and took many of them, and they got them in their so-called British museums now. They got them scattered all over the world. So don't tell me that nobody couldn't take these special demonstrations, you know, and put them there, because they did it also with the dendera. The real dendera is not in the ceiling when you go to the temples where you have it now. They actually took the ceiling, the original ceiling, and took it also and then put a fake one up there. You know, so these are the type of things that our people have to have a knowledge of that they never really been exposed to, because they've been taught to praise this Eurocentric mind. So these papyri are written in hieratic. You see, these papyri are written in hieratic. The King Khufu papyri, this papyri is so important because it actually deals with the building of the pyramid. So that's who Ma'eri was. He was one that was actually a worker in building the pyramid. And it was his diary where he was writing particular measures dealing with the plans, you know, and how things would be built. And guess what language he was writing in? He was writing in hieratic. You see? So that right there is enough to drop a bomb in a body bag, so to speak, on all that foolery that they talking about. You see? So it says the King Khufu papyrus and the Prissy papyrus, both made in ancient Egypt around 2500 BC, 2300 BC. Like I say, the grain of salt that come with the time is neither here nor there, so we ain't got to address it. It says, respectively, are the oldest existing written works on papyrus to date. The first was named after Prissy Adventus, right? In other words, this is letting you know that this papyri that they have right here was based upon a European who came forth and called it what he wanted to call it. You know, a French person anyway, after his name. That's where the concept Prissy come from. But we'll get into that at another minute. See, this is the remix is real. It's terrible. It ain't even called by the name that it should be called by. The ancestors didn't call it that. So who are you to defend what the European done remix and called it something else? It says, in the contents of the papyrus written in hieratic script are based on the teachings of Ptahhotep, the Grand Vizier, written in what? Did it say hieroglyphics? Nope. But these were sacred texts nevertheless. The oldest. Show me some hieroglyphic texts that people are actually living morally according to. Oh, you're going to see, oh, when I get into these texts, they done come up with the hieroglyphics. Y'all going to really, it's going to be terrible. This right here going to remove all doubt if you think Brother Shaheed is wrong when he tell you that the original script was hieratic. It says, are based, now notice it says, the French Egyptologists and the contents of papyrus are written in hieratic script are based on the teachings of Ptahhotep. It says the Grand Vizier under the 5th Egyptian dynasty, Pharaoh Isesi. The National Library of France now houses the 4,000-year-old papyrus. The King Khufu papyrus written in the hieratic script was discovered in 2013 and is displayed at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. The Book of the Dead, the Bakhemut papyrus. It says another ancient Egyptian papyrus scroll dates from 1250 BC. It was written in the hieratic script as well and illustrated with hieroglyphics and small illustrations of vignettes. We're going to show you what this is talking about. The hieroglyphics was just there as decoration in the document. Matter of fact, I'm going to show it to you right now. We'll get into it because I actually had a book. I was going to do this in slide, but I actually have this in the book. I'm going to put the whole book up here so that you can see the source. This is what it's talking about. Not this particular papyrus here, but this is an example where they write in hieratic and then they put hieroglyphics up here, even at the top up here. It even explains this. Figure 35, 3.5 anyway. Anubis introduces the mummy of the deceased before Osiris. Cursive hieroglyphs are used for the captioning. This is the cursive hieroglyphs up here they talking about. That's around these deities. It's not this. And then it says around the figures. Cursive hieroglyphs are used for captions around the figures, while the spells on the papyrus are written in typical late hieratic, right? Which in this case has a demotic translation below, you know, which is at the very bottom down here, is what they talking about. So you can see hieratic and the demotic down here at the bottom of the document. And they cut it off there, and we'll get that to our Moorish kin, you know, to see it. And so this is dealing with the National Museum in Scotland, A.1956.313. You know, but nevertheless, this is the type of expression that they're speaking of. And this is a totally different document that I'm coming from now, but it's just give you an example on what's being done. When they said here, you know, that it was written in hieratic script and illustrated with hieroglyphics and small illustrations, vignettes, right? Discovered in Egypt 1799 by a French archaeologist, the Rosetta Stone, dating from 195 BC. You know how close that ain't even as old as, you know, the Ptolemies are. Ptolemy is 330 BC. So this Rosetta Stone, they talking about dating from 195 BC. This long after the Ptolemies had came in there and did all their remixing and remixing. No wonder why they was able to pull it out. By that time, they had already died off after causing some of our people, you know, to die off after they had went and, you know, put certain things out there for them, the scribes. But anyway, it says was written in 3 scripts. This Rosetta Stone, Egyptian hieroglyphics, Egyptian Demotic script, and Greek. Notice the hieratic ain't nowhere in there. Now the Demotic script, by the time it come on the manifest, it was closer to the time of Ptolemy than it was to the time of ancient Egypt. They didn't originate the Demotic script. The Demotic script came from the ancient Egyptians. No doubt about that. But they utilized the Demotic script as their own. You see, in the Hecopter, you know, as well. This is what they were more dealing with during that time. They even actually had some scribes write certain things in hieratic for them as well during the Ptolemaic period. So it get real deep, family. We're going to get to the metaphysics, but we want to touch these things here. It's important that we do, because this puts the nail in the coffin. Not that we want to bury you, because that ain't what we here to do. You know, but we got to do something with the body that don't want to be exhumed. We can't let it be stenching and stinking all over the place. You know, we got to get that demonstration dressed properly. So anyway, it says, as it goes on, scholars believe that the Ptolemies, the ruling dynasty of Egypt at that time, were all fluent Greek speakers and ordered the creation of the Rosetta Stone. Oh my God. Y'all think I be making this stuff up. Not you, Moors. I'm talking to those who will look at this later on. You know what I mean? And so the ordered creation of the Rosetta Stone is obvious, though. You don't really know that. They didn't have to tell us that. All we have to do is look at the stone and see the language that is on it, because that language was not being used during the time of Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, even New Kingdom. You see? So how can you use a stone like that and say that you deciphered something from the Old, Middle, or the New Kingdom? Oh, it gets greater. Y'all know how we've been putting these things together and bringing them forth. Oh, look, we're exhuming the body now. It says, using the ancient Egyptian scribes who were also fluent in Greek. Uh-oh. So that's how y'all did it. Ain't that what I've been telling the Moors a whole while? They used the scribe there, and they saying it nice here. They know that them people were saying, you better do it or I'll kill you. Some of them they did take off the count. It says the Ptolemies may have attempted to decipher the Egyptian hieroglyphs, but it proved challenging. Of course, because this particular knowledge had nothing to do with a language, and it was passed down from son to son. So yeah, it was challenging to somebody that didn't know what they were looking at, and still didn't know what they were looking at in the end. It says in 1823, using a Rosetta Stone, a set of Egyptian hieroglyphs was completely deciphered for the very first time by John Francois Champollion. Yeah, right. The Rosetta Stone was later to be used by the British and the French archaeologists as a dictionary to translate other Egyptian hieroglyphics. See, now that's where they went wrong at. How you gonna have somebody come and say they deciphered again the language when the source don't even come from the time that the so-called language supposed to exist. See, all this had to do with competition, you know, and the French and the British being in competition with each other and so forth and so on. But anyway, it says they used the Rosetta Stone as a dictionary. That's real funny to me. It says in ancient Egypt, the hieroglyphics took a long time to read and was thus used mostly on buildings and tombs. How do you know, Ron? How you know how long it took for them to read? See, this is where they go to throwing stuff in and reaching for straws now. They only imagining, because you wasn't there, so you can't say how long it took. It didn't take Yehoshua long to go off into that chamber and contemplate upon the symbols, because that was the proper way to do it. No, it took long because y'all came forth later with a system of making that an alphabet when it wasn't supposed to be an alphabet. And then you really done made it worse than what it was. They even said that they really don't have the proper knowledge. This is just a system they created to suffice them until somebody come along and say, oh no, you know what? We really found out what it was. We was wrong. They was just really symbols. They'll come up later saying that, years later. You know, it says in ancient Egypt, hieroglyphics took a long time to read and was thus used mostly on buildings and tombs. And for other uses, a hieratic script was developed around 2000 BC. Now, let me show you something. Now, they contradicted themselves, right? Because they're telling you that the hieratic was developed around this time, right? But right up here, it tells you clearly that 2500 BC and 2300 BC is what they said the papyri of Prissy, which is hieratic, supposed to came into existence. You know, it ain't this person here, I would say, that's actually contradicting. It's the timeline of the people that said that it came into existence at this time. And they just quoting that time because they consider that academic and scholastically true with the time. And that's where you get messed up at when you go to using that stuff. Right here, already, we done exposed. If the hieratic script developed around 2000 BC, then how can you definitively say, and we know for sure that this Prissy papyrus is hieratic and the Khufu papyrus is hieratic. If they say it's older, then what are you coming up saying it developed later? See, that's to make it seem like the hieratic developed after the symbols. You see? You see how they play? And this person is just quoting the timeline that's giving this information right here. This is their research. That's why I don't deal with Gregorian. It'll have you looking crazy. So it says for full-length writing on papyrus, right? This was later replaced in 1800 by more simplified Demotic script, right? Hieroglyphics were in use in ancient Egypt until about AD 40. It says by which the time was already part of the Roman Empire. You know, and it goes into basically the ancient Egyptian language has evolved in the Coptic, which is still used by the minority Christians, and they're talking about the Coptic Christians belonging to the Coptic Egyptian church, and which is some of the same people E. Wallace Budge used during his time to transliterate the Demotic and the Coptic that he was dealing with. Champollion and the rest of them did the same thing too, and took credit for it. But you can't get around this right here when we bring it forth in this way. But it gets even greater. And here's the source, the multilingual experience in Egypt from the Ptolemies to the Abbasids. You see? And this goes into a whole bunch of those measures. And I also have some more drawings here that goes to talk about what they like to call Coptic. Watch what they say here. It says, with Coptic, the Egyptian language underwent a major cultural change. If that brother would have came forth to deal with this information right here, he was going to look real bad when I got done with this demonstration here. He was going to either have to accept the truth or accept the fact that he accept the European or Eurocentric concept over everything else, despite me telling him the truth. So it says, with Coptic, the Egyptian language underwent a major cultural change, abandoning its characteristic hieroglyphic script, as well as its various cursive written forms, with the adoption of the predominantly Greek script which they like to call it that. We know better. Egyptians also changed the direction of their writing. Egyptian is usually read from right to left, although monumental inscription vary direction of writing for purposes of symmetry. No, that's what y'all say. We know the original has to do with reading from right to left. And then you come up talking about the hieroglyphics supposed to be read the way that the images face from that direction. You know, that's, they came up with that. That ain't what the ancient Egyptian taught. Them the European rules. It says, influenced by Greek, the Egyptian graphic system changed from non-alphabetic, influenced by Greek, the Egyptian graphic system. Now, you know what graphics are. Changed from non-alphabetic to alphabetic. So we see that the Greeks, so-called, as they want to call it, you know, and what we call Hecopter, they basically tried to use this because Champollion was claiming to be knowledgeable of these things. This is where they get their definitions for words from. Remember, it was the Hecoptic priest, so it makes sense. The Demotic priests, they knew this language. But then it changed from non-alphabetic to alphabetic when they did this. So that's letting you know it wasn't considered alphabetic before they started doing this. Reverse engineering. It says we can see that alphabeticization had already begun during the Demotic phase of the language, right? Put very simplistically, earlier Egyptian writing system involved pictographic signs functioning as phonograms and semograms, and phonograms, it says, could represent 1 or 2, 3 consonantal phoneme. And what they're talking about, family, is simply what the thing represented. It's dealing with words, not alphabets. In other words, if I see a glyph, and it represents a cow, and there's a name in ancient Kemet that we refer to the cow, okay, then we call it whatever the name is. Let's just say Het Heru. Yeah, we know Het Heru consists of what we call alphabets, but that's not the alphabet in the form of the symbol. The symbol is what it is. That's just what you call it. You see? And that's what they're talking about here. You know, semivocalic phonemes are sometimes indicated in vowels at most, well, almost never. Semograms known to Egyptologists as determinatives, because we know a determinative is not an alphabet. And that's what I'm getting at. They more should have been looking at these symbols from the level of all of them being a representative of how they like to demonstrate a determinative. Because the determinatives, they don't consider alphabet, they consider them symbols that actually represent actual things, like a man standing, a man squatting, a woman's, you know, stuff like that. You know, and I'm gonna show you that in a minute. I'm gonna give you a grand drawing on this in a second, because I got a lot of links to certain measures here. So it says the determinatives classify the word according to a semantic sphere. For many basic items, these could function on their own. And they did. In ancient Kemet, the symbols always function on their own until the European thought they needed some help. And came in there and added that foo-foo in there. So Greek language influence in Egypt. And we know again, really there's no such thing as Greek outside of what they called it. You know, their own little so-called creation trying to isolate the alphabet. We know it's really Coptic with a twist. The beginning of the Greek influence in Egypt can be traced to the first regular contacts between Greeks and Egyptians. And it's talking about in the 26th dynasty, look like the 72, the 16th century BCE, well before Alexander the Greek took control of Egypt in 332 BCE. Under Alexander, however, Greek became the language of the administration and so began to play an increasingly major role in the Egyptian life. They just talking about when they converted the Hecopter into the Greek, by the way. Many bilingual documents in Greek and Demotic were produced in the Ptolemaic period. And even the occasional trilingual document included hieroglyphs. The Rosetta Stone, for example, from the beginning of the 2nd century BCE. So I hope y'all getting that, Moors. It don't get no plainer than this right here. Now watch this. It said the first experiments in combining the two language experiments now were transliterations of Greek names into Egyptian. Now you see how they come up with their little creation of Ptolemy and Cleopatra in there. And conversely of the Egyptian names into Greek. Oh my goodness, this reverse engineering is terrible. Not only did they transliterate Greek names into Egyptian, so-called, right? But then they conversely of Egyptian names into Greek. 100 years so after Alexander's conquest, longer, and this is why I told y'all before when they tried to say Alexander was the savior that was mentioned, Alexander is mentioned in the Quran, you know, and all that stuff right there, that's a bunch of garbage. And that's Eurocentric interpretation. I got in there trying to make Alexander great again. So again, long Egyptian text, it says, begin to be rendered in Greek letters. One of the most important texts have survived from this period is the bilingual Greek-Egyptian word list from Al-Hiba that gives the Egyptian equivalents of Greek words in Greek transcription. A Greek graffito from the Temple of Seti I and at Abydos involves a lengthy Egyptian religious formula. It has been suggested that the writer was an Egyptian who could read and write Greek, but not Demotic. In other words, they're saying it's somebody that knew the Coptic, you know, but they claim he didn't know the Demotic, so to speak, right? That's basically what they're talking about. But notice in each case, it's the natives that's right. You think they were doing this because they was happy to do it, or they was doing it under duress and being forced to do it? Because remember, the Ptolemies, when they came in as conquerors, along with Alexander as well. So how can he be a savior of the people? Oh, this is just like United States of America was saved when the Native Americans, you know, were pillaged and took off the count and so forth. And so we was only saving them from themselves. They were savages till we got here. So anyway, it says the graffito can be dated to 202 to 201 BCE, which is very young. But you can see they translating and transliterating and coming up with their own concept of the language, calling it Greek, when it's Coptic and everything else. No wonder why these people are so confused. Till this day, you can't tell somebody that, no, brother, there's no Greek, it's Coptic. Coptic was first. If Coptic was the last language that everything came forth in, then what's the problem? It says the origins of Coptic therefore appear to stem from the fact that when the native Egyptians themselves found the Demotic Egyptian script difficult to interpret, they made attempts at rendering their language in Greek script. Oh, now they was trying to make Coptic Greek. And this is how they came up with Coptic. Goodness gracious. Initially, there were 6 main Coptic dialects corresponding to different, and that's the crazy part about it. If it's really 7, if it's 7 different forms of Coptic, how in the world you gonna try to make this so-called Greek script that y'all done tried to really hybridly come into the teaching of manifestation of a so-called Greek script? How is it possible when you got 7 different dialects in the Coptic already? I'll wait. So it says, I think that this multiplicity suggests that Coptic developed quite informally in different parts of Egypt. Some scholars, however, have tried to suggest that some sort of official committee was responsible for the birth of Coptic. See what I'm saying? They want to put it together like the Council of Nicaea, you know, and yeah, a council came together to, you know, remix the language and create so-called Greek from Coptic, but not Coptic itself. That come from our people. And they say, as for example, that happened in the case of the Turkish. It says the reason why Egyptians lost their ability to decipher the Demotic has been attributed to the changes in schooling in the language brought about by the Ptolemaic Greek speaking government. In other words, they're saying that it was outlawed. Like in the case of Turkey, when they couldn't read the Quran no more, you know, and this was going on during the time of the brother Betty Uzman Said Nursi, who wrote the Supreme Sign in the Risale Nur collection. He was persecuted because they were teaching from the Quran, and the British had infiltrated over there and told them that it was outlawed. They couldn't wear no fezzes. They couldn't read no holy Quran. They couldn't even say the name Allah. If they did, they would get killed, arrested, and everything else. Yeah, it went down. So you don't think, where you think they got that from? They infiltrated Turkey. So the British was controlling Turkey from the outside. So this is no different than the way that the Ptolemies were controlling the native Egyptians. The same way. And then saying, all right, now you better not speak, that original language. You're going to speak it the way that we do it. I'm going to create 7,000 more sounds, and you're going to do it the way I say do it. We got monumental temples and the pictures to prove this here when they were starting to do this here. So it says the Greek-speaking government, right? It says as a result of these changes, Egyptian students no longer learn how to fill in the gaps in their vowelless script, right? And somehow they forgot their language. People don't just forget their language more. We don't just forget how to speak English. You forget that under duress because you was forced, to not speak that. That's conditioning. Just like, our people was taught in the beginning that they couldn't read, and they had to suppress all the original knowledge that they had, and that knowledge became lost. We were saying Allah, Allahu Akbar, and everything. You seen the movie Roots, you seen Kunta Kinte. Then after a time period came, one becomes assimilated, and then they forget everything it is of their culture. We can even put that in the context of a modern rapper. I'm going to take it this far. The average rapper may come in with an original style that they have of their own, right? And it may be a style where they want to teach uplifting through their music. But then the industry say, no, you can't do that this way. You ain't going to sell no records. So we want you to do it this way. Then they get you a ghostwriter that started writing songs for you when you normally wrote for yourself. So now when you get all this money and you elevate it, now you was hungry at that particular state. So everything you say come from the soul. It's like food from the soul. The people can feel you. But then when you get up on this other level, you got somebody else writing for you. Now you forget the originality in your own mind. And when that happened, now you can't go back to where you was. Because now you live the life of what is said to be what they call lavish. So you can't relate to this time when you was hungry no more. So you can't make that type of music no more. So what you end up happening, what happened to you, your creativity died, your career dies. So I'm using these examples of what happened on how easy it is, to bring one out of their original element and it becomes forgot about. If a lie is taught so long and it comes on the manifest as the truth, this is how your history gets erased. You see? So anyway, it says, as a result of these changes, Egyptian students no longer learn how to fill in the gaps in their vowelless script. It says some Demotic texts came to depend on accompanying Greek transcription to act as a guide to pronunciation. These texts are predominantly magical, and it's easy to appreciate how correct pronunciation is essential in magical texts, where only precise utterances might be effacious. And there's a thing too, because I note that most of the Sabbath teachings, the instruction, the wisdom text of ancient Kemet, for those who don't know, everybody talking about Kemet, but they don't know what the Sabbath teachings are. And they actually equate with the Sebagatullah, or the Sebagat teachings that we talk about all the time. The Sabbath is symbolically used as a star in most cases. You see? So again, the source for this, also going back to the multilingual experience. I have a timeline here that they put together. I just put it here for the sake of putting it together, really to show you what they did during that time. You see Alexander, the so-called Greek right there. Come on, Mo. You think that come from the old? Some of our people look at that and think he come from the old kingdom because they don't have this education that we give them right now. They're showing you everybody that came over there during that period and how long they was there. Told me. All over the place. Where did he come from? Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, when the Macedonians came in there, it was still Ptolemy. It was still the Greeks. So as they called themselves, right? So anyway, now watch this. And this is dealing with that old Rosetta Stone they like to talk about, right? Cracking the code. Until 1822, the ability to read the hieroglyphic inscriptions had been lost. So if it was lost, then how did y'all find it, Rome? How did the European find this? And this wasn't even a common measure that was taught to people outside of being metaphysical from father to son. How all of a sudden you get the privilege to come up with something that was considered, quote unquote, by y'all a dead language? It says it was a black granite stele discovered in 1799, Rosetta by Napoleon's army that held the key. It contained a text in 3 scripts, hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek. The 2 main contestants in the race to decipher the symbols were Thomas Young, who they say really did the work of the so-called deciphering that they claim about. And really there was no decipherment, but they saying that really John Champollion stole his so-called work from that man. A British physician, and John Francois Champollion, a gifted French linguist. By 1890, Young, it say, was ahead of the Frenchmen translating the Demotic text, as well as identifying the cartouche of Ptolemy and Cleopatra. We already heard how they did it. Reverse engineering. However, Champollion was also able to decipher these names and others, compiling an extensive list of symbols. Using this list, he realized that there were separate types of hieroglyphs with different functions, and therefore discovered the basis of the writing system used in hieroglyphic text. This is their claim to fame, right? Yet when you look up here at this so-called Demotic and hieroglyphic text, we already know it was created during the time of Ptolemy. And then it tells you here that the Ptolemaic scribe raised the number of hieroglyphic symbols from 700 to 6,000 in an attempt to keep their knowledge exclusive. That's cryptography is what they did. So basically, don't you think 700 glyphs mixed up with their glyphs they done created, the actual original glyphs will get lost in the sauce, wouldn't it? If it wasn't a 700, some say 730, 756, I've seen all different numbers, but they say 7,000, and here they saying 6,000 extra signs were added. So if extra signs were added, don't you think them 700 would get lost in 6,000 or 7,000? If you mix all that up together and then you go back and try to say, well, this is how you read the ancient texts. Come on, man. Tell that to somebody that don't know no better. When you know better, you do better. And listen, watch what it says here. It's a hieroglyphic text. Hieroglyphs was a decorative art, and ritual pictures combined with text played a vital part in religious ceremony. Just like I showed you in that original papyrus early with the hieratic there, in the pictorial and the cursive glyphs, all of this stuff was just artwork to make the document look more elaborate. A lot of time when they wrote in cursive hieroglyphs and put them in columns, and they wrote, so to speak, or inscribed or stamped pictures in the wall, you know, this pictorial script was just artwork, like a monogrammic, you know, pattern. You see, that's all it was. Just make it look better. It says funerary texts were designed to protect the dead and help guide their passage to the underworld. This detail from the funeral text of the scribe, it says Nepkit, in 1400 BC shows the deceased in his writing kit, tucked into his belt, worshiping the god Osiris with his wife and mother. Now notice, this is 1400 BC, and you see in cursive hieroglyphs, right? But when you go to this hieratic script, they say, well, this was a faster way of writing, dating from 2600 BC. So we know this hieratic papyrus is older than this cursive hieroglyphic demonstration here. And cursive hieroglyph is the same as picture hieroglyphs. It's just a stick man way of drawing. See, it says it was used for everyday communications until 600 BC, when it was superseded by the faster, even Demotic They call this, sometimes they call demotic Anchoria script. Mustafa Gadala call it that. Or sometimes they use the term, the European use the term abnormal hieratic. And the brother Mustafa Gadala got on them about that. So nevertheless, this is what they begin to look like. And they rebuilt actual temples on top of temples that were already there. They had they call it a cult temple reconstruction. So what was there originally, they tore it down. They went and chiseled out all the images. You can see images on these same temples that are chiseled out, the original temple. And all they did is remudded it and then refaced the surface to make it look like the European. Oh man, this was terrible. Knock nose off of things they see. And I showed our family this in our last draw. These same pictures right here, right? It's all coming from the Ptolemy, period. A lot of these things here. Come on, man. They think I'm just coming up with a conspiracy theory. Well, where are all these monuments coming from then? Where they come from? Because they ain't the real ones. Reverse engineering. And they have reverse engineered our minds, some of our people. Look right here. It says imaging inscriptions. Actually, I had two portions of it. I meant to get this bar here. Should be right here. Yeah, there you go. It says in France, however, John Francois Champollion was taking a different approach, focusing on the derivative relationship between the demotic script and the hieroglyphs. By in essence, reverse engineering, oh my goodness. And I found this after I came up with the concept of looking at reverse engineering. And that's exactly from demotic to hieroglyphs. Y'all already seen how I told y'all how it go down. Now this is coming from this book, by the way. If you want to know the source, hold on, let me scroll it down. The epigraphy of the Ptolemaic Egypt. I even thought that I had coined the phrase Ptolemaic hieroglyphs until I found out it was a real thing. That just goes to show you there are no strange happening. So by in essence, reverse engineering from demotic to hieroglyphs. All right, you already know what that means. That means you just took a demotic text and turned it into pictures. But this is Champollion now. By in essence, reverse engineering from demotic to hieroglyphs, he produced a hypothetical cartouche for a royal name of Cleopatra. He created this, people. He didn't find that there. He created it. You know what hypothetical means? So all those cartouches that they talk about they are all hypothetically created. This is terrible. How can they pull the wool over our people? It says, when he received through his friend John Letron a copy of Banks' lithograph, he was able to verify that his hypothetical cartouche closely resembled one of those on the shaft of the Pele obelisk. So in other words, he said, okay, my cartouche looked just like one that's on this obelisk over here. When all the while you engineered it. You knew what you were doing. A context in which the queen's name was likely to be present, and this confirmation of certain phonetic values and belief in the relationship between demotic and hieroglyphs allowed him to begin the process of deciphering the phonetic values of the latter, culminating in his famous letter lettering A.M. Dacia. Houseway. Oh man, this is terrible. And here's another source, family. Illuminating Osiris Egyptological Studies in honor of Mark Smith. Editors Richard Jansall and Ghislaine Wildman. I think that's what that name was. Here's a measure out here of the stuff that actually your guy was working with. This is what he did right here. Now, how he was able to make, this name right here, become Ptolemy, and so forth and so on, your guess is great as mine. but nevertheless, he came up with these things just like he did here. And we talked about this when we went over the Demotic. They made this Alexandria. See? So you know all this stuff really come from the time. When you see this stuff in these writings, these are documents that come from the Ptolemy's time. So of course, you know, they're going to come up with their own demonstration, but trying to connect them to ancient monuments, they can't do that because Ptolemy didn't exist during the Old Kingdom. I read this to our kin right here, which also was a death blow to the foolery that they talking about out here, saying that the Egyptian hieroglyphics is a language. Scripts of the Egyptian languages, development of Egyptian writing went hand in hand with the consolidation of a unified Egyptian state. Over the course of 4.5 millennia, Egyptian scribes developed 4 scripts with which to write their language, various stages of its development. In the classical period, the training began with hieratic and proceeded to hieroglyphic. So the same way I taught the Moorish kin, you know, going back from the earliest stages of the language, and then they learn the hieratic, and then they go into the metaphysic. You know, this is the way they used to teach it back then. I didn't know that, but that's just the way I say, well, let's start here. I went on the principle of our Moorish Holy Quran. Masterminds are able to trace themselves back, and thus they know. That's what made me start with the Arabic, go with the Coptic, go with the Demotic, go with the hieratic, and then go back to, you know, the metaphysics and the hieroglyphic. You know, so that's how you know when divine providence is guiding you. You see? So it says, although students today generally reverse that order, finding hieratic more difficult to read and certainly to write. Yeah, because they ain't studying hieratic. They studying them pictures. You see? It goes into telling you, it says hieroglyphic, grammatica hieroglyphica, holy carvings is what they call it. It says the forms are icons that resemble what they represent. Though they do not normally function as pictograms, not after European got done with them, they don't. For the most part, hieroglyphs were carved in stone, although sometimes they were written on papyri, especially in the case of religious texts, and they talk about cursive hieroglyphs. The Egyptian term, which I showed the family earlier with the columns on it says the Egyptian term for this script was Esen Meduneta, you know, Esen Meduneta, which is Sesh, actually, Session Meduneta, the writing of the words of God. The earliest monumental hieroglyphic inscriptions date to the first dynasty, right? In other words, they're saying that there were pictorial impressions that existed from the very first dynasty. Well, I have certain measures that said that hieratic existed from 0 dynasty. That's pre-dynastic time periods. And so what they are often trying to get over on when they talk about the first dynasty, I'm gonna show you what they talk about when they say the first dynasty since we dealt. I'm gonna scroll down here to the bottom of this document and show you what they talk about when they say that, family. Oh, they ain't getting away with nothing today. Trying to find it. Let me see here. Give me one second here. I had that document up a few minutes ago. Not there. I'm gonna get into this in a second. Let me go back up here. Trying to find that slide unless I didn't put it in there. I thought I had put it in here. There it is right there. Now, this is what they would like to call pre-dynastic inscriptions, right? Discovered in Egypt. But watch what they say here. It says, Luxor, Egypt. Inscriptions estimated to be up to 6,000 years old have been found spread over several rock panels located near a village called El Kawi by a team of researchers at Yale University, Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities. According to report Ahram, which is online, the team members have been mapping the road networks because Egyptian rock art is usually found at major crossroads. The images are said to represent formative stages of hieroglyphic script, which appeared in Upper Egypt in 3250 BC. For example, John Coleman Darnell of Yale University said that one panel is engraved with a bull's head on a short pole and two saddle bill storks standing back to back with the bald ibis bird basically above them. The images were placed from right to left in a similar fashion as later Egyptian texts. These symbols are not phonetic writing. Uh-oh. So for those who want to claim that this pre-dynastic stuff here has to do with any writing, they telling you these symbols are not phonetic writing, but appear to provide the intellectual background for moving from the depictions of the natural world to hieroglyphs that wrote sounds of the ancient Egyptian language, Darnell said. Now he's saying that these are not considered hieroglyphs, but he's saying basically this is like the precursor to what would later be created, and I would say right there in the Ptolemaic dynasty. Not that the ancient Egyptians intended these things to be created as alphabet, because that was done after them. But he's saying that this was not phonetic writing. So if anybody ever tried to tell you that this was a form of phonetic writing, they're wrong. And another thing, we know that scientists and archaeologists also have the ability to test rocks. And the rock can be ancient and people can actually carve into those rocks. And of course, if you carbon date it, it'll go back to millions of years. But that don't mean the inscription is the same age, because somebody can carve into an ancient rock. You see something today, and that rock is more ancient than the inscription. So you got to look at all this right here and call it rock art. And that's how some of these things have been demonstrated, unfortunately. You can't pull the wool over our eyes, not when we know the truth. So here's another measure here. As I went on, it went to describe hieratic. It says Greek grammatica, hieretica, priestly script, a cursive script primarily for use with pen on papyrus or on an ostracon, which is really like a rock, basically, and they wrote the hieratic on it. It said, this is a potsherd of a limestone flake. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than hieroglyphic. Now you see how much evidence that I was finna have in conversation with this brother, what type of position he was finna be put in. All because they don't want to believe their brother man research and telling them that. See, I could write a book and will write a book eventually. If I'd have quoted and cited these sources and put them in a book, you know what I mean? And strangers got hold to it, they'll love finding that, you know, there has been a remix that took place, reverse engineering. And now y'all know the terms to utilize in relation. They're still in the intellectual property of our people getting all the credit for it. And you got NBCs out here want to push it. In fact, the oldest existence text should be existent text from Egypt, which date to the pre-dynastic period, were produced with ink and brush with no indication that the signs descended from hieroglyphs. Oh my God. So now they're telling you that the hieratic basically is a independent script. It didn't evolve out of no Egyptian hieroglyphs like they've been telling you. See, this is what happens when you go to really study and read. It says, rather, the two writing systems seem to have developed side by side, meaning that, yeah, there were pictures on the manifest since the time of antiquity, but it wasn't considered in the aspect of what people call a writing system, meaning the ancients. This person saying writing system, who writing this information, you have to keep that in mind, because they are writing based upon the information that they have read and studied, and so they got truth and falsehood strangely mixed. Half of them doing it, and they sincere researchers, but they can only work with what they got, because ain't nobody gonna do what we doing. We going to critique and vet what is being said. So it says, basically, it says, rather, the two writing systems to have developed side by side, you know, reserved for different uses. It say only rarely were inscriptions written on hard stone in hieratic script, which serve for more commonplace and everyday purposes. Hieratic also appears to have been called Medu, God's word. And I told the Moors before that Medu is really a blanket term you know, that they use really for all of the languages, even though it's really just referring to the pictorial, because it deals with God speaking to you within. But God can speak to you even if you go through the text of hieratic, demotic, and so forth and so on. You know, so I mean, it just goes on, family. You know, on and on, dealing with the demotic, the Coptic, and everything else. But I'm trying to get through this because I want to hit my point of getting into some of the metaphysics. But these are things that need to be brought forth since I have it here. I got way more than this too. It says hieratic, the bulk of ancient writing production in the spheres of administration, private business, literature, knowledge, and even some domains of ritual action was executed in cursive scripts, hieratic, and later demotic. Ancient scribes were trained in cursive varieties first, and only a minority was further introduced into the hieroglyphic script. Oh my God, how many times do we have to constantly tell our people this? Which was associated with the more restricted domains of ideology and sacerdotal sciences, which is metaphysics. Huh? And this is coming from the Oxford Handbook of Egyptology. So all these different sources agreeing with each other, right? Written in different times. This goes way deeper into some of the measures dealing with the drawings of the language, differing from hieroglyphic writing. The hieratic and demotic were only written from right to left. And that's another key on how we know that the pictorial writing can never be the same as those two, because you can only read hieratic and demotic from right to left. But the other language you can read from many different directions. What happens when you try to read hieratic from left to right? I'll wait. So again, it says, while hieratic, it's saying to a lesser degree, demotic retain a significant amount of iconicity, notably in logograms and determinatives. These scripts lay outside the complex interaction with the pictorial sphere characteristic of hieroglyph. So it's showing you that even though they have determinatives and logograms that are within even the hieratic in the demotic language, they ain't got nothing to do with hieroglyphics. It say hieratic and demotic were generally drawn on perishable or disposable portable media, papyrus, writing boards, ostraca, but also include graffiti, secondary epigraphy on tomb, temple walls. Hieratic could also be incised on clay under special circumstances. And on natural rock, lapidary hieratic. Both hieratic and demotic were occasionally used on stelae, e.g. epigraphic hieroglyphic, not hieroglyphic, but hieratic for administrative documents monumentalized for the exposition from dynasties 21 to 26, 1069 to 525 BC, with a peak in the Libyan period, which is actually when the Moors was on the manifest. I call them the ancestors of the Moors. But anyway, the priests of Amun-Ra, the ones that were the custodians. Hieratic proper, as opposed to mere drawn forms of hieroglyphs documented as early as Dynasty 0, emerged during the early 3rd millennium BC, consisting of patterns and abbreviating signs through emphasis on visually distinctive traits and diacritic features found on the 2nd dynasty onwards, and ligatures, groupings, common sign combinations in the single hieratic sign developed in the Old Kingdom. Then it talked about the Middle Kingdom. Hieratic witnessed more significant changes in sign form, transition from writing columns to written in line, difference between book script and unical, and used for scientific, religion, and literary texts. A more cursive script used for administrative and business purposes became manifest in the later Middle Kingdom, and then and again in the Ramesside times. It says in the 3rd intermediate period, Theban business hands became increasingly more cursive. They're just talking about the evolution of the language and the style that the people wrote in. You see? So nevertheless, when you get to seeing this type of stuff here, it says you probably won't find much hieroglyphics on papyrus. And that's why I challenge everybody who say that they so-called teachings that deal with the Medu is the original. I say, show it to me in papyrus. They can't show it to you in papyrus, but what I'm finna show you in papyrus, finna take this demonstration to a whole, it's finna cause a paradigm shift. It said these Egyptian hieroglyphics on stone date from the Kata culture. What? 3380 BC, right? The word hieroglyph itself means sacred carvings. Sacred for a reason. This was not meant to be an alphabet. Remember, these things were used as elaborate designs and styles. And, you know, in certain cases of the arrangements of these things, the metaphysics are also present. You see? Here's another measure here. It says, obviously, one must take the account in studying the hieroglyphic paleography of these separate lines of development, especially since the semi-cursive forms occasionally appear on stone and other hard materials. Everyone who has any familiarity with ancient Egyptian writing will be aware that there's a greater similarity between hieratic forms of different periods than there is between hieratic and the hieroglyphic forms of the same period. My God, another body bag. So what we see here, they're telling you, when they look at the hieratic from different periods throughout the years, they have greater similarity between that hieratic that exists from the old all the way up to the new kingdom, all the way up even to the Ptolemaic time. These things have greater similarity than between the hieratic and the hieroglyphic forms that exist during the same period, which shows that they are complete, separate, and independent of each other. Again, this is another source, not the same one. It says it may not be equally well appreciated, however, that the same statement is true of cursive hieroglyphs as compared with the standard forms. In each case, there's a separate and distinct tradition. One must also take account of the occasional intrusion of the more cursive forms, including hieratic and undetailed hieroglyphic inscriptions type 2. Some hieratic intrusions of this kind may be cited from the Old Kingdom, but semi-cursive forms were also occasionally used, as stated previously, in stone inscriptions, particularly in stone inscriptions that were small in scale, hastily executed. Intrusive hieratic forms became much and more common in the 11th dynasty inscriptions at Thebes and the neighboring regions. Such intrusions were apparently even more common after the reunion of Egypt, which marked the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. At this time, and again in the course of the 12th dynasty later, the stele was sometimes inscribed almost wholly in incisive form of hieratic. Goodness gracious. See, this ain't what they're telling you. So why have they not been teaching our people about the hieratic? Let me open the source up and let you know where we got this from. This is the source. I just put the links in here now so I can click the link and take you directly to the source. This is the book, The Ancient Egyptian Epigraphy and Paleography is where I got that from, right? Now, let me keep it moving. Here we have, but these are also in there showing you how they remix it.
Were you showing the book?
Yeah, I'm gonna show it now. I mean, I gave you the title, but I'm gonna show it now because I see the screen ain't shared. It's all right though, because you got to read and you didn't really need to see that. You can hear me reading it and that's good. So let me show you now the book that I'm referring to. And you'll be able to see this when you go back to the recording as well, Morris. Everything that I made a statement about, we're gonna get into that in a second right there. But this is where this is the book right here. So like I say, when you go back to this and you look at this video, you'll see every picture that I mentioned, everything that I said, so nothing is lost. Okay. Here it is right here. Like I said, what I was just reading, I'm putting my links down there and I click into them and it actually take you to the source. You see? See how I got the Oxford Handbook of Egyptology that I mentioned earlier? This is the one that I just mentioned lastly. You see what I'm saying? So all of these particular books are the sources, family, that these things come from. You know, as I quoted these as well earlier. Here you have it. Right here. The epigraphy of Ptolemaic Egypt. This one here, the Illuminating Osiris. You see? And then I showed our family these same pictures that I had already showed them, you know, before, showing how the Ptolemies went in there. And these are actual monuments that were put up. I went back over this one, which I showed to our Moorish kin also, you know, in a recent class. You know, I was showing the, you know, the hieroglyphic text, the Rosetta Stone, everything that I referenced. You know, this is the other text here, the multilingual experience in Egypt from the Ptolemies and the Abbasids. I showed the Fox timeline that they got up here. You know, all of that stuff you can go back and reference after we get done. But the sources are in this information. I'm just trying to get to the area where I can get to the bulk of what I want to bring forth right now. But I want to show our people this right here, these things that I'm reading from, you know, and so forth and so on, so that they will have it. I read it and I gave you the source so you can go and find it as well. But again, you'll be able to see it. And this is what I've been doing. Like I said, I put it here, then I go into the bottom of this, and then I just click the link because I linked this link to my source, and then it bring the book up. You see? And this is hieroglyphic Egyptian, you know, a particular source as well that's also being used here. So let me continue on so I can get to the grand measure. So, and I ain't even got to read all of this right here. I'll bring this out in another measure at some time. This is just talking about cryptography, you know, and how Champollion's original decipherment having been based primarily on the study of Ptolemaic hieroglyphic text, which is another red flag, because if his stuff was studied primarily on Ptolemaic hieroglyphic text, it cannot be used to decipher the ancient text. We already know that. Here's some of the examples of when they begin to create, you know, the crocodile glyphs. Notice the repetition. Looked like somebody was practicing to me because they wrote the same glyph over and over again. So there's really no meaning behind what's being said there. Same thing they did here, you know, with the Cunham deity. They just like they replicated it over and over and over again. It ain't saying nothing, it's just there. That's a prime example of them saying people putting things on walls just to be there. You see? Now, the source for these particular measures here, ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs in the late antiquity. And you just, again, I got links. I click on the link and I can go right back to the source. This is how I'm gonna do all my stuff from now on when I quote it. That way nobody can't say they didn't see the source, because even though you show it to them, they still act like they got, you know, they Stevie Wonder or Ray Charles or somebody. But you know, these are also from the same book. You can see what the Romans, you know, I ain't even got to say what they did. You can look and see what they did. God almighty no. That reverse engineering is something serious, family. You know, but that's what they did to the culture. Look at this. This is terrible. This is terrible. Why they do our people? Man. So anyway, as we go on, we have one called Sacred Signs in the ancient Egypt as well. This book, Sacred Signs, and I'm just giving the titles without the author. You can look it up and find the name of it by the title, you know, because I'm trying to go through this demonstration. So anyway, this is from the same particular measure here, Sacred Signs. It talks about, you know, how they begin to publish books. It say publishers use to typeset books. That is, each page was laid out using individual metal type for each word. For alphabets of 20 odd signs, this is, meant having thousands of similar letters per page. And the technique of setting them in place was a considerable skill. For typesetting hieroglyphs, the labor involved was no less, but the production of the signs were more difficult, as hundreds of different signs were used in Middle Egyptian alone. In addition, the signs could be quite complex or detailed. So they were basically showing how they would copy, you know, off of the temples, and then put them in a photocopy form, and then put them next to the hieratic, basically. But it's telling you how they did it. The French Institute in Cairo, Institute of Francus d'Archéologie orientally, the IFAO was at the forefront of development of a hieroglyphic font for its publication of Edfu and Dendra Temple. So they're telling you how they created their hieroglyphic font. This should remove all doubts. When you hear me saying that it wasn't originally there, the Europeans put it there. You see, they're telling you they created a hieroglyphic font right here, family, with machines, requiring thousands of different signs. The signs had to be accurately copied from the temple walls and cut in metal typeface, then laid out to create the page and print it off. Oh my God. But I made this stuff up. And see how they'll try to argue. They'll say, he's saying the European created the hieroglyphs. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the European created the way they call decipherment and so-called translation, and it was systematically done. And this is how they came up with it. I'm showing you the Ptolemies went in there and did what they did. I'm showing you Rosetta Stone come from the Ptolemaic period. I'm showing you John Francus, as they call him, Francois Champollion. He used that to decipher, which ain't got nothing to do with ancient Kemet. So you're chasing a ghost, an illusion, a myth, and not a reaction to believe that that man translated the glyphs when nobody else could, when he didn't know the language. Then they had native Egyptians during the Ptolemaic period, years before Champollion come through there with his remix, right? So it says the earlier IFAO font consisted of outline signs so that additional detail could be put in the interior of the sign if necessary. This must have been a very time-consuming process, but it was later decided that the best compromise was to have solid signs which contain the necessary fine detail for Ptolemaic hieroglyphs. Oh my God. So y'all better understand what you read, family. You know, everybody that want to push this Ptolemaic hieroglyphic system. And I'm telling you that the original language was hieratic, and I'm showing you the proof for it. The first 8 volumes of Edfu Temple alone, there are over 3,000 printed pages full of hieroglyphs, a truly monumental work carried on today, it says, by Slavy Carville and her team at both Edfu and Dendra Temple. So this is how Wallace Budge and all of them get them little pictures y'all think so pretty. They was copied and put on a printer and put there. You know what I mean? So they use hieroglyphic type here, Dylan, and this is from the book Sacred Signs too as well. It says they used them at the for the British Museum publications and others. And they were produced in an environment where the Society for Promotion of Christian Knowledge, SPCK, was printing the Bible in local languages, scripts, distribution all over the world. So the production of one or more script alongside Urdu, Ethiopic, Chinese, and Arabic was not a problem. You see? And you can read, you know, and they got this stuff online. You know, they said the other main font for hieroglyphs was produced by the Griffith Institute in Oxford, essentially for the production of Gardenia's grammar. So this is where Gardenia signs come from. In that dictionary of Gardenia sign list, these are the people that produced that for him. The design of hieroglyphs was put out to artists who had worked in Theban tombs. Norman and Nina deGrasse Davies and Nina Davies had written a book about how Egyptian hieroglyphs reproducing the most elaborate signs in their artistic glory in a series of watercolors facet smile. Working with Gardenia, the two of them established a distinctive font. There you go again. With this considerable detail in the reproduction of each sign, their skill was matched by the unsung craftsmen working at for Oxford University Press. In particular, Mr. W.J. Billington, and the Oxford font was specially designed to be available in Britain and only intended for short pieces of text, so that many long texts considered to be produced in handwritten facet smiles. This did provide the opportunity for gifted Egyptological paleographers to demonstrate their skills, usually anonymously. For example, Herbert Farriman, with his transcriptions of Middle Egyptian stories, onomastica, text from Edfu Temple,
which is a temple that's actually Ptolemaic, by the way. Edfu was not built by the ancestors. Now, the original temple that was under what Edfu was built by the ancestors, but they tore that down and rebuilt something else. They renovated, reverse engineered. So it says the font has survived as Clio, the Clio font, a computer font designed by Cleo Huggins and based on the font commissioned by Garden. Man, this is terrible. You know, so I don't have to keep going and over with this demonstration, but this coming from different books that I quoted. This is one of the most important ones, because now we get into the concept of going toward the metaphysics. So I'm gonna touch on this one in a minute, but I want to go into some more areas. You know, they even talk about the same stuff we just spoke of already in this particular book, The Theology of Hathor and the Dendra. You're gonna see that there was a remix done with that. But in this particular measure right here, they was also talking about what I was saying about how they created things. This is important. It said, it is to be noted here that no Greek or Latin author of non-Egyptian origin ever took the trouble to learn Egyptian. Uh-oh, somebody up here, we got a whistleblower here, family. It says the various reports about hieroglyphs, which prove of much greater fascination to the ancients than the other types of Egyptian writing, are almost always erroneous. Several hieroglyphic compilations are known to have existed already in the Hellenistic times. They was already remixing it. It says, but only two have survived. The one of Cherimon, it says only in this small excerpt by Zetsetes in 12th century Byzantine scholar, right? And the hieroglyphic of Horapollo in its entirety, probably compiled in the 4th century CE. In both authors, an allegorical conception of the signs is found. See, like I told you, prior to this 19th century decipherment, it was seen as allegories and metaphors when you deal with the language. Oh, but they finna really go in on them now. It says that even their most extravagant allegorical fancies can be traced to one of the established functions of the Egyptian signs is due to the fact that they are undoubtedly based on genuine Egyptian sources. So they're saying that Horapollo, them demonstration, you know, with the extravagant allegorical fancies, this is proof basically that their way is the real way of interpreting, you know, these symbols, metaphysics, allegory, symbolism. It says if the introductory lines of the present passage derive from Cherimon himself, which is not wholly certain, they're saying that they're trying to apply something to somebody that really didn't apply to Cherimon. They're saying that they don't believe that it's doubtful to them that he said so. He said, but if this is the case, he said they might be Zetsetes' own. It would appear that Cherimon, in spite of his being an Egyptian priest, adhered to the erroneous Greek symbolic conception of the hieroglyphs, which has had such fateful influence in the West till the 19th century that even Egyptian priests in the Hellenistic Roman period often no longer knew the exact significance of many of the hieroglyphs is proper. Oh my God. By the time they got done, they saying even the native Egyptian didn't recognize the language. I wouldn't recognize the language. And this is the same book. Again, The Theology of Hathor and the Dendra. But I want to go in here briefly. And I'm gonna go here and show you something. And this is to give the example of the way that they actually demonstrated certain metaphysical measures. You can find this demonstration online as well. Hold up, give me a second here. Come on now. What you doing? Oh, they gave me the wrong. Hold up. That's Cherimon work there. I'm trying to find that. It's this one right here that I'm trying to get into. This is the one I want to get into right here, fam. This is very important that you see this. So after all that being said, this is the way you will see them demonstrating in here. They gave many different examples in this work. They showed the temple of Dendera, all the other temples that were destroyed, and they rebuilt upon them. Like this is the one where I told you they put a fake during the Ptolemaic period. They put a fake then the Rachar in the ceiling. You know, but that's a whole nother thing to do history and research on. See, it's talking about, let me blow this thing up. It's talking about Ptolemaic temples right here. You know, all of this stuff Ptolemy has was built on the ruins of what was destroyed by our people. So you got to be careful when you go into Kemet. I'm really at the point where, you know, outside of just seeing it for what it is, you know, going back before anything that has to do with the Ptolemaic period. Nothing wrong with reading to know and expose, you know, the lie. But going back before that, you know, we don't need to be claiming nothing that them Europeans and them Romans remix. So in this particular work, where they were going in on the way that they would demonstrate, they actually show here in many different expressions on how, and let me blow this up a little bit more. They was talking here, they said, I want to start this reading. They have so many notes in this demonstration. It says beautiful speaking, right? And this is important, effective speech. It says, in a rhetorically persuasive and clever way was a highly desired quality in ancient Egypt. This idea originates in the concept of Heka, the creative power contained in words which the creator used to bring the cosmos into existence. Extended to humankind as a benefaction, the act of authoritative utterance with its performative power was particularly important in the temple ritual. You know, this is why you hear Arabs always like to talk about pronunciation and the way you emphasize certain things. You know, the way you emphasize and the vibration that you put on what you demonstrate is everything. It says the king or the priest acting on his behalf would present offerings or words of phrase and resident to the resident deity who would return and assure his reign and prosperity of the land and the renewal of the cosmos. When acting in this capacity, the king identified with the god Thoth, or Tehuti. So now you get into the metaphysics and you see the king is not only recognized as a state where he comes into being Asa, or the queen Aset, or the prince of the king Heru, but the king also has a measure where they actually tap into being identified with Tehuti when they demonstrate that Heka, right? So it says the master of eloquent speech and inventor of the language itself, right? Text at Dendra, it says, emphasize this role and the importance of effective speech in the entrance to the Pir sanctum. It says, Hathor praises the king's recitation and chanting of the liturgy, calling him Ahre, right? Effective of speech. Sapdaisu, right? Clever of discourse. And Menhe, Tipi Wiri, excellence of utterances. In return, it says his effective speech, for his effective speech, she promises to protect him daily. So what they show here is, what I want to show you is how people depict certain pictorial expressions. And you can actually see this without, you know, trying to make this be some type of written language. And notice they said divine rendezeli, it says with Hathor's speech. And this is supposed to show the interest to Pir of sanctity in the mysterious corridor, right? Now look at right here, what they have. Them standing in front of them. You don't have to have no alphabet in order to see that these ones is paying homage to Hetharu and her young seed. You feel me? I just interpreted that without even, but this is what you'll see in this particular work here, this book. You know, I ain't gonna go through all because this is a long book right here. But I'm gonna show you certain areas in here where they simply were describing the scene of the area. Like they knew, okay, well, this was the noble lady, which was really Hetheru in this case. Say noble and powerful lady in the sanctuary of the noble lady. This is the door jamb. Obviously, okay, this is a gateway one is walking through. And you can see, I'm trying to blow it up. It won't let me blow it up no more than that. Yeah, it won't let me get no. But you can see that same scenery I showed you earlier there, right? So it gives a further explanation of, you know, when employed in one of the king's epithets, the repetition It says of an element often sets up an equivalency between the king and his forebear. For example, again, on the entrance on the east side of the door jamb, he is called what they said Twiris Satwiri. It says a purified priest, the son of a purified priest. This is when one goes beyond the door jamb. All this is metaphysical interpretation. This is their metaphysical interpretation based on these symbols, right? And they're going into the fact of identifying, the words based on what they have received from the documents in most cases. Like right here, they use the term cementpet, cementar, cement remit, which is the sky is stable, the earth is stable, the people are stable, right? But you can see the depiction in the symbols because they say, well, this is a determinative, not an alphabet, but a determinative. We call them indicators representing the heavens and the sky. And, all these symbols have a representation of that. But that doesn't make these alphabets. These are talking about things here. People, places, and things, not letters. You see, and this is how they are describing it, though. And this whole book goes through different measures that describe basically what's going on in the scene. We receive the incense in order to sense our statues. And they're showing the one bringing the incense here. And these ones are saying we received the incense, see the incense being presented here. You see what I'm saying? So this is not taking some form of alphabet in order to interpret. Here's another one, which is Swimitai Iri Ihi Inhewet. He is like Ihi, who makes music for his mistress. And they're showing one here, even in these symbols, as they want to put them together, going from top to bottom, they're showing, one going forth, with cisterns in their hand. And this is the same depiction over here. 2 cisterns, and they are making the sound for the music, for the mistress, the goddess. You see, even got the young god man right there with his little tool that, the father and the son basically playing, a tune for the god woman. And they just explain that. That is not some transliteration, a translation of making these symbols into letters. This is a scenery being described. You see, we can go deeper with our metaphysical interpretation, but this is what they're doing. Same thing being depicted here, but then they have the falcon or Heru up there. So we can say these things are being done in the presence of Heru. Here's another measure. To wet Iruf, it says Irufin, Heka, it says Tawi Hir, Tawit Tai, Ate, Tarite, complete in his form as the ruler of the 2 lands, perfecting Taate. Same thing I was saying again, Taate. So it shows here, there it is. This one is complete. The ruler of 2 lands that really deal with the crown that he got on. And also you can see right here, she has a crown on. So, I mean, we can go on and on and on with this particular drawing. But like I said, I don't want to drag everything all the way out. I want our people to look up too when they get a chance what you call mnemonic devices, where you use symbols as an example, to preserve things in your memory. Like how people use acronyms. Like we say, ourself, Lord and Master, that's Islam. We say arm, leg, arm, head, that's Allah. So when you deal with mnemonic devices, they use what they call acrostics, rhymes, chunking, clustering, imagery. All of these things are used so that you preserve certain things. And so they're saying that the Egyptian writing, they was saying it was a mnemonic type of drawing when it came to the symbols, and they wasn't meant to be an alphabet, but they were really things that helped them preserve memory. So in the picture, it will preserve a history, basically. That's basically what it was saying. So what we have here, and I'm gonna actually go here instead of doing that. I'm gonna go to the actual book over here so that y'all can see this. What we have here, and I actually had these pictures in the slide, but I'd rather show you the source where these come from. This is the Book of Dead from the University of Chicago in education. This is where you'll find a lot of the Egyptian antiquities at. This is gonna be your best friend in exposing these ones talking about hieratic and don't even know no difference. This is cursive hieroglyphs right here, right? Do you know that even though this is cursive hieroglyph, a lot of these things were actually reproduced? Like the concepts of the Book of the Dead and all of that right there, they were reproduced. They tell you exactly how the Book of the Dead was made. Oh, we giving up all the secrets here today. A lot of this stuff was just basically printed. Some of this stuff wasn't even in the original text. They reprinted it. That's why the colors are so fresh. I got some of the same type of pamphlet out here I got from a so-called Greek restaurant years ago. You know, back when I used to eat the euros. You know, they were selling these right here, but you can buy them anywhere. So a lot of these are just remakes, Moorish kin, you know, of different things, and they remake them and they send them to you. A lot of them are not old as they present themselves to be. But in this particular book, you will find all of the papyri, and I actually showed you one of these earlier. You will find the actual papyri of the Book of the Dead. And they showed it's like 6, 7 different versions of it, family. Here's a funerary text coming from the Book of the Dead. What language is that? Hieratic. Here's another book. And this one is called, let me see, I can stretch this out. This one is dealing with fragments of the linen of the Shroud of Ahmose Pinhat. Dealing with spells, Book of the Dead spells inscribed in hieratic, right? Then you'll see a Shroud of Amenemhat, which deal with some cursive hieroglyphs and all that. That ain't saying too much of nothing. It's just what it is. Here's some more cursive hieroglyphs. You'll find that a lot of these things here too, the cursive hieroglyphs, a lot of this cursive hieroglyph papyri come out of the Ptolemaic era. Ain't that something else? But this is their Book of the Dead measure dealing with Amenhotep and overseer of the builders of Amun. You know, Book of the Dead, showing you the red and the black ink. Okay. Also here is another one, cursive hieroglyphs, New Kingdom Book of the Dead, Amenhotep. You know, all of this is coming later after hieratic had already been in existence now. Now here's your hieratic. And this is Teu Hinutmu. Notice they got your little glyphs over here. They got Alsar here. Look like a Hyksos or somebody coming in there to worship the God, man. You know, but nevertheless, you see nothing but hieratic here. You know what I mean? That's hieratic script. Here's another one with cursive hieroglyph where, you know, it's closer to pictorial, but it's still the same thing. They actually tell you how they formulated and put the Book of the Dead together in this book right here. I just showed the Moors this right here already. And I'm talking about this thing got like papyri upon papyri, family. But you're going to find that when you get into the book, see the significance of the Book of the Dead, Vignettis, it break that down. It tell you everything that's in here. They go your cursive hieroglyphs again being demonstrated right there. And these are different versions of pictures that's used to compile different versions of the Book of Dead. So they basically piecemealed a lot of this stuff and then put it in one text and say, well, this is the Book of the Dead. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of this stuff coming, like I say, from Ptolemaic periods and everything. Look at all this stuff here. You know, good and well, some of this stuff, like I say, was just remade. You know, you can see the Ptolemaic influence on some of it. But nevertheless, once you have been taught right, you can properly identify like this. This is not original. That was created for the Book of the Dead. It's on their print press. You see, they took certain things and then reprinted and put measures up there and tried to make people believe that they were dealing with the language. So let me get on down here to the bottom, because I don't want to spend too much time here. I told you what the source is, and you can actually go look it up. But I want to go here. I do want to show our Moorish kin this, because they got, it's so much in here, so many pages in here. This is what I'm talking about here. See this here? See, this is what they won't show you. Yeah, they got some images of, you know, what they would call determinatives and all this type of measure here. But what language is that right there? And what text is this? Well, this is the papyrus of Ankh-Wahibri. Is an example of classic Said style showing the illustrations above corresponding with spells below. That's it, right? Here's another one depicted in a similar way, but you see the hieratic is there. See, they ain't never showed you this in the Egyptian, so-called Egyptology community amongst our people. Here's one from the Theban region. The region Thebes, you know, look, same thing right here. Most people, Moors, probably ain't never seen this type of expression of the papyrus. There's cursive hieroglyphs. See, this is their Book of the Dead demonstration. Look where it come from though, the Ptolemaic period. So all them people trying to show you that, yeah, this is the same thing as hieratic, but they ain't telling you where these documents come from. Let me blow that up and make it bigger. This style was introduced, it says, before the Ptolemaic period, right? In the Theban region of the Saite. This was during the time when even the Hyksos had came in there, right? Watch this. Basically, what I'm showing you is the majority of these old documents, family, come in hieratic, as I already showed many a time. And the ones that don't come in the hieratic ain't got a whole lot to do with, you know, the wisdom teachings. You know, they talk about the material that was used in support, the archaeology they got. And so this book right here gonna be, you know, one that give you every answer to the question that you want to know about how they created this stuff and made it. This book right here. You know, we know it's gonna be some truth and falsehood strangely mixed up in here, but it's actually giving you the sources on how they created the Egyptian Book of the Dead. You see? And like I said, like 6 or 7 or 4 or 5 different books of the dead that was created, family. That's what I'm trying to get at. Look at this. They go into what they call the mythos of Osiris, mysteries of Osiris. Let me go down a little bit more. They talk about gods, spirits, and demons in the Book of the Dead. I actually have to get this in the physical form right here. You know, put this in the library, definitely. Because it's a good source with a whole bunch of information in it where you ain't really got to go all over the place, and you can show that these people telling you what they did. Death and rediscovery, you see again the hieratic. They tell you about all the dynasties in here. The manuscript, the hieratic between the Benjinets here, they're showing that down there at the bottom. Like I say, some of these texts, they're gonna tell you that they were recreated. Some of them came from the Ptolemaic, but they're gonna show you that most of this hieratic stuff come from the ancient. See, this is the first book of breathing. Look very similar to the early Book of the Dead papyrus, although the text and the vengeance have been reduced. So mean they took some out of the original, from the original, and put a little portion up in there. Y'all already know this is some demotic, hieratic, everything mixed up together. They showing, you know, this papyrus contained a short version of may my name flourish, so to speak. Characteristic of the second book of breathing. You know, so all these different books of breathing, they are showing they were written in the hieratic. You know, like I said, they will put symbols of it. You can actually see these are really where they first started to draw, because you don't see the perfection in their artwork here. but they got greater over time in demonstrating this stuff. But you can see it right here above the pattern. Ain't got nothing to do with what's being said here in the hieratic. It's just there for decoration. You know, and so that particular mention, you can see here, the compendium of ritual texts inscribed for Imhotep, all hieratic, family. All this has to be brought forth to your attention before we can go into the true metaphysics, you know, of Kemet. Look at this. A section of the first Facet Smile edition, and we already know where that come from, the Book of Dead, a Book of the Dead manuscript by John Marcel Cadet. This is what they came up with. No, I told you they copied the symbols from the wall and put them in photocopy. Here you go, right here. That's where they come from with that, and got people talking about they translating. Now watch this. Copies of the Book of the Dead and manuscripts originally written in hieratic were copied and published by Savants in Napoleonic description after the description. So this stuff, again, has to do with the original look, as opposed to when they start copying the symbols and trying to make them correspond to letters. They even give you pictures of Lepsis, father of German Egyptologists, all the Europeans that was involved. Oh yeah, this right here gonna give it to you right here. You know, the text, this is the Papyrus of Nepsini. You know, look at him. I mean, it's just retarded on how much they got in here, Moors. This is crazy. They even got your boy off in here. Crowley, Alex the Crowley. They got the picture of all the thieves. We got their mug shots right here, Moorish kid. You know, so again, the Book of the Dead, Judgment of Osiris, hieratic. See, this is what I'm talking about, but they'll give it to you and just put this in the Book of the Dead and leave this out. You see what I'm saying? And then here's a measure here where they were dealing with, and I think this was Blavatsky, if I ain't mistaken. It's some of them about a one group, but they were showing how they were interpreting these symbols metaphysically. How the Zet represented the spiritual form and the aura, the spear radiation. Somebody had the right idea about the symbols, at least, whoever the case may be. You know, but today's Egyptologists, they think that, you know, that's not the case. Here's some more Europeans all the way over there in the East. They say they'll get there before you do. They're gonna make it home before you do, family, and remix everything. So this book here is a wealth of information. Like I say, it's gonna give you everything that has been done, how they did it, why they did it. You know, the Book of the Dead becoming a god in ancient Egypt. You know, they go into that. Look at all this hieratic papyrus, family. Why they ain't teaching that? And it get greater down here at the end. That's what I'm trying to get to. It's another thing down here at the bottom where they just go overkill with the hieratic papyrus. Everything. Look at that. Hieratic. Hieratic again. All these old papyrus. Hieratic. 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 There you go. This is the area I was trying to get you in. Huh? Why you ain't never seen that? You ain't seen that in none of the books of Egyptology. You see all this hieratic papyrus right here, family. Do you see it? That's why I told the family when I posted on Facebook is more where this come from. Look at this. That's the real text right there, family. Y'all, for those who are in the sound of my voice that'll hear this later, you still think Brother Shaheed commissioned that there crazy? He made this stuff up, huh? Huh? He made it up, huh? Everything come up out of the symbols, huh? I'm looking at the symbols as just sidebar comments. I see hieratic everywhere. I mean, this is overkill right here. I mean, need I say more? Look at this. And this ain't even counting the other hieratic papyrus that I got in my archive. Now, this is just this portion. So what? Show me your Book of the Dead that have pictures and symbols on them as the actual translated text and transliterated text to be brought forth. You know, show me some measures like that. And I'll show you. And I'm talking about whole text, like I just showed you a whole text. I want you to show me, you know, that translation that you have from them pictures correspond with the hieratic. All this stuff come later during the Ptolemaic period. Even though they had certain measures where they had old documents that you have here, I'm talking about the actual putting this together as a language come from the Ptolemaic system. And they just reproduce this stuff. You know what I mean? And this is actually a copy of the original hieratic too, by the way. All this you see in cursive hieroglyph is a copy, you know, which a lot of it come from the Ptolemaic periods, where they mix that in with the original language. You know, so that's how all this stuff was created, family. You know, I mean, I ain't got to say no more after this here. And it's just terrible. You see all your archaeological information here. So anybody that want it, you know, when it comes to dealing with me, talking about this language, they're going to have some real problems. You know, trying to debunk all of this. If this ain't no source, and sources upon sources, and it's moderate too, because they say they don't want me using no sources that go beyond 5 years. They think that's going to put me in a realm of the new remix measure, and I can't have them. So this is a more modern source too, people. You know, so let me pull that out your way as we getting ready to open up the floor now. I think I done overdose our Moorish kin and sources to the day. You know, this is ridiculous though, that we have to go through all this just to teach our people the truth. There's one more point I would like to make here as well. Look this up. This is a list of ancient Egyptian papyri. I don't have to use Wikipedia. I'm just using this right here because it's closer to me right now. I just showed you all the different papyri, but it shows you all the papyri that came up. It tells you Ptolemaic different dynasties they have here, right? Most of this papyri that you're going to see in here, it all is either in Demotic or hieratic. And they're giving it all by dynasty, by alphabet, and everything else. I showed the Moors, they got the Chester-Beatty papyrus. You've seen this in hieratic. So if all this hieratic papyri is on the manifest, why aren't the people teaching hieratic? You know, I've been asking that question for the longest. So here's another measure here that I was talking about the oldest Egyptian writing, and I was talking about this earlier. And I read this out to our family showing, you know, basically, I was talking about the Khufu papyrus. And King Khufu ruled to build a great pyramid intended to be his burial structure. It talks about how they unearthed these papers telling of the daily lives of the workers. So if that writing was written in this language, and the pyramids are older than, you know, the hieroglyphic expression, then wouldn't this make hieratic older again than the language that they're calling now, you know, a so-called Ptolemaic hieroglyphic language? These are the blueprints now. This is the works of a worker. Medu in his name just so happened to go back to the M&R root. My God, the oldest document, one of the oldest documents aside the Prissy papyrus. You see what I'm saying? So all of this, family, again, this is just overkill. So let me get this out the way too. I want to move this out the way. Okay. And for those who don't know what Sabate is, that's how you spell it. The Sabate teachings come in Demotic. They later had some where they tried to go into Ptolemy's teaching, but they're Sabate teachings that predate Ptolemy. You can see them Ptolemies, man, they were tearing something up. You know, the dispute of man and his body, the Sabate teachings deal with teachings that teach the people how to live. Sabate teaching is actually, if we go into our teaching called the instructions, holy instructions of the prophet, divine instruction, that's the Sabate teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The Sabate is often symbolized by the 5-pointed star in ancient Kemet, you know, which is also synonymous with the teachings of harmony, truth, balance, right, order, and justice. That's what the Sabate teachings are based upon. Just like our teachings are based upon love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The descendant of harmony, truth, balance, right, order, and justice. See, we're gonna have to put a book together just on this alone. The maxims of Tahotep is also a part of the Sabate teachings. which they give a few of them here. In teaching the ignorant to be wise, according to the rules of fine words, something useful whoever heeds, and something harmful to whoever transgresses. Make me think about the 7 shades of wisdom. But all of this stuff right here is, coming from hieratic and so forth and demotic. You can go here too and just use this as a guideline. You see, they put sabate in the symbols. We ain't paying no attention to that foolery, because we already know it's hieratic that's really there. But it says the sabate, Egyptian sabate, and it says the word Coptic in instruction teaching, right? Is the ancient Egyptian term for the genre of pharaonic literature. So for those of you who didn't know what the books that the pharaohs studied or they read from, it was called the teachings of the sabate. We're going to have to put this in order because I ain't seen that nowhere in the Kemetic community. The actual teachings of the sabate, and we're going to show the comparison to our teachings in due time. The sabate literally means teachings or instructions and refers formally to formally written ethical teachings focus on the way of truly or living truly. The sabate is considered the Egyptian form of wisdom literature. You see? So when you look at this sabate or the teachings of the sabate, they got many different books that come out of that category. It's like a canon, but they never put it together. You got the ones of Tahotep, right? Who look just like Mirir. He has on the same type of headdress. That's the Damari actually had that same headdress as well. Here's some more. Jakari Essesi. These are also wisdom teachings that come from him. See how far they date back when they ruled. The maxims of Tahotep we just mentioned. See, they showing the hieratic there. Oldest book in the world. If that's the case, then I ain't got to say it. Y'all already know what it is. The Papyri of Prissy. You see it? These are the teachings that deal with the instructions on living a life. They ain't spells. They ain't nothing to deal with how one is guided through the afterlife and the Lord and all that in the Book of the Dead. These are actual teachings in Kemet that one studied in order, just like we studied the Circle 7. That sabate can also be attached to sabah, which is 7. You see? The wisdom instructions. That's why we say Sebagatala means to be immersed in the divine wisdom. So all of these are, you have the teaching for King Merikara. Yet again, that Mary, man. You have the instructions of Amenemhat. They in Demotic. So y'all still think that I made this stuff up. Oh, people. It don't matter whether you do or not, because we're just here to teach our people. You see? Then they have what they call insignia papyrus, which is also supposed to be part of the wisdom text as well. That's another measure. Here's another one as well. And this is dealing with the recording of the defeat of the Hyksos by Kathmosi, which is that same document that probably goes into what Manito actually put together. I would like to do some research in that area right there. But all of the texts, as you can see, they're in hieratic or demonic. The sabate. Most of them never teach you that because they're not living by that. Because if one were living by that, they wouldn't be attacking me for exposing this European. And this is where I wanted to go to. Because Mustafa Gadala gives grand drawings of the Egyptian hieroglyphic metaphysical language. And he breaks down so many different drawings in talking about, the imitation and how they represent latent force. Some of these things represent characteristics of power in nature and creation. But I want to go to this particular text. And I actually received this from Brother Mustafa Gadala years ago. When I requested this is actually a PDF form of it. I would like to reach out to that brother one day and try to see if we can draw with that one or something, have him featured maybe on one of our Moorish perspectives or something, who knows. But well, he can talk about it himself. But anyway, he said almost all Egyptologists interpreted and continue to interpret the ancient Egyptian writing and other modes of expression, art, architecture, without trying to understand the thoughts and beliefs expressed in them. It says their explanations continue to be shallow, which reflects their preconceived notions of the ancient Egyptians as being primitive and inferior to modern Western world. About a half a century ago, Alexandra Piakos stated, summoned, it said up the deteriorated status of Egyptology in the following statements from his book. For the early Egyptologists, this religion was highly mysterious and mystical. They saw it with the eyes of Father Kircher. Then came a certain reaction. Scholars lost all interest in the religion as such and viewed the religious text merely as source material for their philological and historical research. Under the sway of higher criticism, the texts were decomposed in their genesis, eagerly studied. Intrinsic value of religious composition, it says, in thought was systematically ignored and consequently temporarily lost. Egyptian scholars since Champollion saw in the oldest religious lore of humanity mainly a collection of distorted historical data out of which he endeavored all his life to reconstruct the history of ancient Egypt. It is time to undo the distortion. Mustafa Gaddafi, and he done it well. That's why I quote this brother, a native born Egyptian anytime over that Eurocentric measure, because it not only does it fit our paradigm, but he basically doing the same work to the Egyptology community that the chairman did with the Moorish American community. That's what Mustafa Gaddafi was doing here. And I can see the wisdom in how they parallel and overlap, so to speak, between how the chairman has brought the teachings and the way this brother has brought what he brought. You know what I mean? But I want to go here real quick just to touch some things to deal with proper understanding. Like he correct, even the use of the word netta. He said, yeah, we'll use it for God and goddess, but it really represents divine principles and functions of the one supreme God. These things are wrongly, he say possibly intentionally translated. So now they can tell your people worshiping many gods. And that way they can shoot at the KEMET demonstration and tear it down and make it look like it's demonic. He goes into the aspects of why he put the vowels in there. It really wasn't necessary. He talk about all of that. He even go into how the European, he'll talk about, the book of this and book of that, the funerary, sacred. Western academia gave ancient Egyptian texts this arbitrary names, right? It says such as book of this and book of that, divisions, utterances, spells. Western academia even decided that a certain book had a Theban version or this or that time period, which y'all see me reading in a lot of the material I read early. After believing their own inventive creation, academia accused the ancient Egyptians of making mistakes in mission portions of their rights. He said basically, so this is a real arrogance here. So he tell you why he used the words that he used, because he wanted the people know this stuff. So he went into that. And so the key is the brother goes into basically the metaphysics of Kemet. If you go into this book, I want to just deal with this right here, for example. We ain't gonna go all the way into it now. We're gonna leave that to the homework of our Moorish kin. But we're gonna give an example. Scientific. Let's get down to the business. And like I said, I ain't gonna go over a whole lot because I'm finna open up the floor in a minute. It says, chapter 2, the animating energies of the universe. In the pre-creation, beginning of noon, nothingness, right? It says every Egyptian creation text begins with the same basic belief that before the beginning of things, there was a liquidy, primeval abyss everywhere, endless, and without boundaries or directions. The Egyptians called this cosmic ocean watery chaos, Nu, Nai, Nun, the unpolarized state of matter. Water is formless and of itself is not, does not take on any shape, nor does it resist being shaped, right? Now, this is referring to an actual thing that exists and what scientists, would call, how it exists before the Big Bang, even though they can't explain what took place beyond the Planck epoch. They'll talk about a neutron soup and everything out there. Well, in ancient Kemet, the Nile, from a metaphysical standpoint, was known as the celestial Nile. But it was the universe in relation to dealing with that. And some would say it even has to do more with the Milky Way within the universe, as being a direct expression metaphysically of the celestial Nile. As it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. You see? And so this would bring credence to when the ancestors say, well, the gods came out of the Nile. They wasn't talking about the physical Nile. They were talking about the celestial Nile. We come forth as star beings. We come forth from stardust. Scientific modern science proves this. This ain't just something talking about, oh, we some aliens and space people coming from the planet Rix. We telling you that we can show you this. The galaxy, as it's produced, and we go back to the mouthpiece of the gods and deal with what we call the Musketi, what a kafesh or the scimitar is. And then you see everything begin to manifest. And this is what time even starts, according to deeper research. We ain't gonna get into that. Meaning the cycles and the cycle ages. But that's another measure. So here, scientifically, we can see that the ancestors already had a knowledge of this. How do we know this? Watch this. I'm gonna go to my page real quick, MATHENO'S archives. Right here. If you go into this page and you really pay attention, I actually put that information in here. Let me get down here to it. Just give me 1 second. Hold up, did I go past it? Because I do know that thing with speed. Yeah, I think I did. Here we go, right here. And I did this years ago. In fact, family, this came from, well, this is my breakdown. I was expounding, on the book of the book of the dead. I gave it away, but I had wrote out the whole dictionary that was in there before I gave it away. And so I gave a metaphysical drawing. This is like literally like, I want to say right at about 25 years old, 28 years old when I did this. But I just put this on the website. You see, and listen to what I said about Nu and Nut back then, right? Say the 4 Comedian planes of manifestation before and after the fall of man. It's 28 years ago now, right? Nu, both biblical and Quranic scripture refer to this watery mass of the celestial Nile as the origin from whence all melanin-drenched life is extracted, deriving from the very essence, force of that vast space of darkness we call universe, right? Because at this time, I was also studying melanin alongside studying the universe. I was studying what is called dark energy, dark matter. And I seen the connection in all of this right here. And that's what made me start using the term celestial Nile. And just so happened to be and thought I coined the phrase, but that's really how our ancestors thought about it anyway. So it's in us. That's all I can say. It says the Kemites identified this realm most certainly. Understand the Arabic letter, Nun, requires that we look at the Comedian principle Nun. This was my thesis, you see, not from another author. This is what I found after going in E. Wallace Budge's book. I still had my own approach to this, even back then. So he wasn't teaching this stuff here, trust me. So it says, understanding the Arabic letter Nun requires that we look at the Comedian principle Nun and his celestial wife, Nunet. It says, who are also known as Nu and Nut. I say, so when the Pert Im Heru was compiled, Amen was not yet considered a Comedian principle. Amen was brought into Egypt from Ethiopia, Sabah. And that's why you had a temple of Amen there. That's a whole nother measure. It says the Amen position was held by Nu at this particular time. And Nu was metaphorically an infinite expanse of water, but water as shown by the wavy lines of Nu's a hieroglyph and not the letter N, as they like to say. You know, so it meant energy, and Nu was infinite energy. His opposite polarity, the goddess Nut, symbolized infinite matter. So Nu and Nut represented undifferentiated energy and matter. This is before I knew who Mustafa Gadala was, family. But yet they say no one truth contradicts another. Nu, infinite energy paired with Nut, infinite matter. Though fused, they form the basis for the eventual yin and yang polarities and famous in Chinese Taoist philosophy. Hehu, temporal infinity paired with Hetu, spatial infinity, Ker, darkness paired with Kerhet, and Kiku, which is inertia paired with Kekuit, which is stillness. So this is when it talk about the beginning, everything was void without form, and darkness was over the face of the deep, and the spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. This is known as Nut and Nut in ancient Kemet. This in science is known again when they talk about what took place, you know, prior to the Planck epoch that they have no knowledge of. But here in the Kemetic teaching, this is describing what was going on before the Planck epoch. But yet you have those in science who want to believe in only what the Romans say. That's a whole nother measure. You know, so again, it went into other aspects, you know, as you can go back and read, and I go into dealing with measures that deal with the body and subtle bodies, you know, metaphysical aspects, esoteric aspects, right here in the page that I have. You know, and you can see also where I end up putting together and grouping everything according to the 7 creative spirits. I even put together, I collected everything together in regards to dealing with the concept of the spirits right here. I call it the Murakaba, the divine apparatus of the Moorish Adept. And so what I did is placed everything in its special plane according to the Moorish Holy Quran. Everything dealing with the spirit plane I put up here in the apparatus of spirit, then thought, then the soul plane, all the way down to the plane of things made manifest. And this corresponds to cherubim, you know, seraphim, which actually, it should actually be vice versa too, by the way. That's supposed to be actually cherubim and seraphim there. And then your angels, which I correct that. And then your men. These represent degrees that we live and we unfold through. We call it the chemistry, the ministry, and the mystery. You see, so it's the man that has to unfold through all of that. So I just wanted to mention that since I'm here. And, you know, I even put everything in order here on how each one of these degrees of unfoldment correspond with elements. They correspond with those things that are mentioned, you know, of the 7 creative spirits in our Moorish Holy Quran. You know, I put it here, I showed the Nu here. You know, I did a whole lot of that. But that's just dealing with Nu alone. That ain't talking about all the other principles. So it's so much wisdom when you go into looking at these things from a metaphysical standpoint than when you look at them from the standpoint of just being a letter in the alphabet. Let's see here. So now having that knowledge that you have, now it makes sense now when you look at Nu. And you see that Nu has those lines that represent that energy that we was talking about. You see, it said here, even in that definition, represent the primeval waters, he represented the waters of chaos, out of which Ray Autumn began creation. And the Autumn is really the atom of science. We're going to get into all that right there. See how they come up with the same boat being lifted up, which is Nu or Noon. And then you got the 7, you know, Neteru up there. You don't need no alphabet to explain that. You know what's going on. This is Nu, the universe, lifting up the Neteru. And actually there's a sun being pushed up by Kepler. The immortality of the light, and there's also beings that are coming down here in the full expression of it. You know, 2 coming from on high, bringing the wisdom from on high. So when you look at these things now, you see Nu, you see it from a totally different expression. They got many different expressions of how Nu is working, but there it is. You see that 7 right there again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 7 Netaru. They existed from the time of creation. We're gonna make it plain, Morris King. I ain't gonna go no further because it'll take too long for me to break down a whole lot. I will continue to read this here, and once I get done, I'm gonna open up the floor. Now that I gave you my research, I gave you scientific, expression, so to speak, and from the more science aspect, we should all know what noon and new and all that represent. Now, minus doubt or contradiction. We didn't need no alphabet in order to explain that. We use metaphysics and observation. It says scientists agree with the ancient Egyptian description of the origin of the universe as being an abyss. Scientists refer to this abyss as a neutron soup, where there are neither electrons nor protons, only neutrons forming one huge, extremely dense nucleus. I got whole writings over here, family, where I was dealing with the beginning of creation. I've been dealing with this subject for years. I stayed here for years. I done studied so much about it. And I got writings where I was writing. Actually, what inspired this writing, I was reading the Book of the Dead. And I went, as they call it, in his particular text, it's really the Pert M. Heru, coming forth by light. And I ended up going into a state of self-hypnosis. And I entered into the book. The book Medu speaks on it. Our brother Bati Bay know what I'm talking about. The self-hypnosis allows one to enter the mind of the author. The state, not even dealing with the author, a particular point in the book. And this is often able to be done if you're reading by laying down on your back. If you relax, you'll actually leave, the body, so to speak. Even though your hand's still holding this book up, you holding this book, you done literally left, the body and traveled in the realms of consciousness. I've done this on 2 occasions. I know what I'm talking about. So I laid back and I was reading it, and I went into that state of self-hypnosis. I didn't try to do it. I wasn't even thinking about doing it. That's why I tell people if they want to do it, the best way I found is reading, because when you read, you become concentrated on what you read and your breathing slows down. See, the whole key is learning how to control the breath and exercise the breath. And when you can do that, you can lead the body at will. You can do that stuff. I ain't know nothing about trying to do no exercise. I learned this later. That's what I did. I couldn't explain it at the time, but I would just explain that I went into a state of consciousness that was higher than this manifest. And I actually heard my own voice speaking, but speaking with a higher hecker, a higher power, higher authority. I was in a state of consciousness. I was immersed in a state of consciousness more, to where what I know on the plane of the thing made manifest ain't nothing compared to what I was getting from them. I'm gonna just put it that way. That's my best way of describing it. Everything that you probably think you done heard me say or bring to the manifest now, it did open up my mind to extra consciousness to receive more of these blessings, and become, because once you open up that part of your mind, it take your mind to a superhuman level, basically. You see, it take your mind to a superhuman level, and so you don't begin to see things as you used to see. You evolve in your understanding. And so what happened is I heard my voice speaking because I was studying, like I say, for years. I had been studying years prior to that. The beginning, in the beginning. That's why you hear me speaking on it like I do. That's why you'll hear me speak on it and certain things I may say about it. And to me, it's normal language now because I done studied it so long. But to some people that may not know, they may find it a little more complex. But I can speak on it as I speak on it because I've been studying and never had stopped studying it, because I don't feel like, I know it all and that's it. So I still study the beginning of creation even to this day. And I just accumulate that knowledge. But yeah, I was laid back and went into that state. And I actually began to talk about the creation. I was teaching myself the creation, basically. My higher consciousness, a higher medium, was teaching me through my voice But I understood that what I was hearing and that source that was speaking, though it was my voice, it was me, it knew way more than what I knew. You understand where I'm coming from? That's the best way to describe it. And so when that demonstration was talking, it started speaking on, like I had been studying the creation now. Like I say, black holes, dark energy, dark matter, I was studying all of that. And I was studying KEMET right beside it. That's why you see me put new, the celestial Nile, and that's where all that come from, right? But when I spoke, like I said, my higher self or my higher medium spoke, it said, basically, in the beginning, everything was dark, and it began to explain the exact details of how creation came into being. It was almost like I was listening at a movie getting ready to come on. And they was describing, how everything took place during the time of antiquity. And I was just enjoying the show, but it was my voice, a higher me, hopefully a me that I can unfold to when I go into the plane of soul in due time. You know what I mean? But that was a peek into who I really am. That's all I can say. But I knew how everything was created. I was actually getting the drawing on how it was created. I'm talking about it down to the detail of the smallest atom. And that inspired me after I came out of that state. When I came back to the state, it made me believe more in prophets and divine men. Because I say, if I was able to experience that, and I didn't even experience it to the supreme degree, that's just a little peek that I was given. But if I can experience that, I say, ain't no way in the world these prophets lying. Because right after that, I came out of that state and I started writing. And I wrote what I could remember from that special realm of what I heard. That's how I started. I got the papers over here. It's supposed to be a book I was writing on. Completed the majority of that work, but I just ain't never put it into no form yet. But I wrote a couple of them that was inspired just like that. And so if I was able to do that, I know that when I read about, Abraham falling into a deep sleep, getting a revelation, or Isaiah, or Prophet Muhammad and Moses, or whoever you want to call it, if I can do it, ex-NBC, who definitely come up out of sinful nature, doing all the things we wasn't supposed to be doing in my youth, if I can see that, and it inspired me to do that, I know it had to be truth to prophets. I never had a doubt anyway, but that just confirmed, my realization of who they are. And so it was the same when I had the other experience where I entered into the mind of the author. I was laid back and went into the state of something. It was actually in the Dismal Crypts, and it was count time. The only thing that woke me up, it was count time, and I actually had the book, and I was in the consciousness, and somebody came, they thought I was asleep. And they tried to pull the book out my hand, and I came back to the manifest. They like, it's count time, bro. That's crazy. But I experienced that, family, and it all had to do with being calm, relaxed, sitting back and read. So again, as it goes on, it says here, it says, such chaos in pre-creation state was caused by the compression of matter atoms did not exist in their normal states, but were squeezed so closely together that many atomic nuclei were crowded into a space previously occupied by a single normal atom. Under such conditions, the electrons of these atoms were squeezed out of their orbits and moved about freely in a chaotic degenerate state. Nu, night, and noon is the subjective being, the symbol of the unformed, undefined, undifferentiated energy and matter, just like I said in my message. Inert, inactive, uncreated state before the creation. It cannot be the cause of its transformation. This is all that existed before the Planck epoch. Scientists don't tell you this. They talk about 10.43 seconds of what took place after the Big Bang. So it says the term infinite, of course, is synonymous with not finite, undefined, unlimited, unshaped, undifferentiated, and so on. This means that the energy matter out of which all things are formed must be in its essential state, unformed, undefined, undifferentiated. If the material basis of the world had any essential definitions of formations, these would act as limiting factors to its ability to be transformed infinitely. Its essential lack of definition is an absolute requirement for God's created omnipotence. You know, and this reminds me of a statement that I made in my writings. I talked about ground state. And I want you to look that up when you get a chance, Moors, because that's what I referred to this as. The ground state where though matter and all things existed, you know, they were not yet, we can say, activated, so to speak. The potential was always there, and I call that the ground state. That's an atomic nuclei where there is no real charge going on there. You see what I'm saying? And so out of that creation comes, so to speak, as our brother spoke. But I just want to deal with the metaphysics of the new in the noon right now. And we'll have our family, our Moorish kin, go through, you know, everything it is that they have, you know, in their homework. We'll put it out there to our family so that they can bring their measures forth. So at this time, I'm gonna stop sharing, you know, so that we can call for our family so they can bring their measures and Moors can get about their affairs and so forth and so on. But this knowledge had to be known, just dealing with understanding again the difference between hieroglyphics and the hieratic writing. Also understanding the metaphysical way of interpreting these things and how it takes it way beyond just some alphabet. They cheating you when they try to make these things alphabets, because you can't get the fullness of the revelation out of the symbol. So it's like you imprisoning the symbol. Or like I said before, you covering it up. And that's what happens when you get into Ptolemaic Egyptology. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor. Our Grand National Secretary of the State is on a mission. We know other Moors and officials in Act 1 are also on a mission. So we're going to call for our beloved brother, Dr. Torrey Simpson Bay, if he's there. Islam, so he can give his measure. Islam, are you there, Grand Man? Assistant Chairman. Okay, the brother did turn over the, you know, controls to me, so he may not be there. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor for our Moorish kin and let them come forth and speak. Islam Moors. Any more would like to come forth and give their measure in regards to what we just set out?
Islam?
Islam, Grand Man, Brother Bati Bey, what have you to say?
Islam. Praise and honors previously given. And when we're talking about this is a this is a lofty measure, and it goes into the I'm liking how we're actually breaking down and demystifying what they try to teach, you know, in schools, because this is not what you're going to hear if you go to any one of these, you know, Harvard, whatever, Yale, anything like that. And when we're looking at, especially when we're talking about new, me and his brother used to always go back and forth over who was who. He had the name Tahuti, and I would say either I'm Ta or I'm Nu, because Nu was the primordial waters. But still, when you was bringing upon that fact, I didn't even have the knowledge of what all this stuff was, but the fact that Nu was the essence of life, or, you know, saying, even if we're talking about neuromelanin, the Nu is what protects the outer layer of your, I would even say the outer layer of consciousness as a whole, as a holistic design. You know what I'm saying? And when you were talking about tapping into the waves of what the author was trying to speak on, you know, when you're reading the book and you go into that meditative state, when you go into that meditative state, you can float. It's kind of like that, the Gulf Stream, the Gulf current that carries you around to carries you around from the Africa to United States, it's kind of like a flow state that you go into that the consciousness will manifest itself, and you ultimately are. That goes back to what you even on your page about being the hierophant. It's you as the hierophant. You have already reached that deific state. It's just now we're trying to catch up with the time, because if we're looking at it, we're six-dimensional beings in a third dimensional, in the third, I wouldn't even say sixth dimension, I say it's more than that. But we're seeing at that state where you're teaching yourself, or you could tap into where you're teaching yourself, you are seeing everything as one. You are, it's kind of like all your combinations of who you were is combining into that greater self. And so that allows you to tap into the consciousness and be able to pull whatever you want to know, and be able to pull it into your ultimately your flow state. And so it's really remarkable, because I done had experiences like that too, where I actually got outside myself and was watching myself talk, looking down upon myself and the whole scenario, and it was on a Halloween. And but it was just crazy how these teachings is not, they're not what they allegorical. You know what I'm saying? What they teach in the West is allegorical, because they don't know the basis. They don't have the soul or the spirituality in order to get to this you know what I'm saying, the prime, this prime knowledge, or that universal consciousness. You know what I'm saying? And that universal consciousness, like I said, the neuromelanin is a kind of it's like a big data field. Melanin is like a big data field, and it allows you to pick up informations that typically sounds far out to people that haven't been there to study it. You know what I'm saying? And all we're doing is recorrecting right now. Even like the polar North and the South Pole are correcting itself back to where it was. That's all we're doing right now. We're correcting what was done, and you have already reached that higher state. It's just now we're just living it in real time. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I got from all what you was teaching. It was a beautiful demonstration. Islam.
And Bati Bey, before you go, I want to ask you, what you think, bro, about all this hieratic papyri out here that we got, that we just showed just then?
The hieratic, see, that's the other aspect of it, is that when you're talking about the hieratic papyri, and we're seeing that there's more hieratic papyri, they had to get rid of all that in order to bring about what they have. But I don't think they got rid of it in a sense that they destroyed it. I think it's at the Vatican. I think it's at the Vatican, but that tells the truth. So if, again, it's them controlling the propaganda, is one of the reasons why they burnt down Alexandria. They burnt down all you know what I'm saying, what was it? There was another Timbuktu, where they took all the stuff and they tried to give it to their people. Alexander tried to give it to his people, and they just wrote these little, unintellectual briefs about what the ancestors had taught. So that hieratic, it stops the ignorance of what, Western academia and even worldwide of what they have brought to mislead us. You know what I'm saying? And it goes back, it's like simple mathematics right in front of your face when we're talking about the language. It takes all that extra stuff, that dress up that they had put on it away. You know what I'm saying? And allows us to see what it is. And that's another reason why I'm glad we're studying this, because then you can break down, you go into a deeper form. You go into that, like you said, you get into that flow state when you accept the truth, and you go the truth of what's, of what was actually put by our ancestors and not what they were telling us. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't allow us to be hung up. Islam.
That's right, Islam. And yeah, that's the main measure right there. And it's crazy how most of this stuff, I had never seen until I discovered the document as well. But I had all the other papyri that I got, that I found recently. And it's crazy that they got all this stuff and people still trying to argue. Even just the sources I was quoting. from all them different sources showing that the hieratic was first.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So like the question is why would we be so hell bent, so to speak, on want to accept what Rome say as the true thing? You know, if the academia didn't say it, Western academia, it ain't right. And that's why we give honors to people like Mustafa Gadala. You know, when Moors was asking me years ago, like, Islam, Mo, you know, what books would you refer? And I wouldn't want to refer none of that other stuff. And I was studying Mustafa Gadala stuff then, but I wanted Moors to be more rooted in the teachings of the prophet before we start going here. So we gradually unfolded into where we are now, you know, just as our lessons did. Because, you know, when we came first in the beginning, you know, everything was strictly just the Moorish Holy Quran. And then the chairman began to introduce the Egyptian. And so that let me know, oh, it's time to aid and assist now and bring this measure to the forefront. You know, we didn't just jump out there and try to put this on them, you know, because the Moors wasn't ready. But now the way we develop in it, as the Moors grow, we grow together. You see what I'm saying? So we know the connections of Kemet, the Egyptian adept teachings that are relevant to us. And, you know, we know the history now. And so that's why I would say, all right, Moors, when it came to time, okay, here go the books. Once we open up this forum here, now we can study together, you know what I mean? And everybody be on one page. And so it worked out like it was supposed to. And then I didn't present our brothers' books at the time, either Medu, you know, Mu'ah to Ashby's books at the time, not because I was in opposition to them. I just knew that they would be way more, you know what I'm talking about, bro. They way more elevated as far as dealing with the thought pattern, and Moors would get took off the course. You know, they'll get lost in that demonstration without going through the Moorish Holy Quran.
See,
that was the method behind why now I said after going through it, Mustafa Gadala, all right, Moors here, now you can go to Medu. Okay, here now, check out the brother Mu'ah to Ashby, because now your mind is founded and grounded to be able to accept what's being brought forth, and you can accept, you can see the truth there. Islam, go ahead, brother.
The thing that I like about what's going on is it's not, it's aligned, it's showing how the prophet it aligns with the teachings, and it's breaking, it's you seeing how really vast the Moorish Holy Quran is. It's not no, they say it's a little pamphlet, but that's it got volumes of other information that we, you know what I'm saying, we're just now uncovering. And we gotta understand that Western academia is lazy. So they're not doing this right here. They're not even going into breaking down the how to go back to trace from Coptic to Hakata to Maratic, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to the Hieratic. So they don't even understand this stuff in order to tell the truth. They can't tell the truth because their whole ideology is based off a lie. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. And they paradigm a crumble. That's right, brother. Islam. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that. You know what I mean? We can see, and this is what we all need to do when it comes to dealing with studying the metaphysical aspect, because this is a lifelong journey. It ain't something you're gonna learn just overnight. You know, it ain't something that somebody gonna just be able to intellectually hand to you. You know, and what it is that just like we went over the new, you know, it's much more knowledge to be learned about that. So I would say to our Moorish kin, if you want to learn the metaphysics of the Medu, it's time that has to be put in. There's more to be studied about the celestial now that we call the universe. You know what I mean? There's more to be learned about that. You can just spend your lifetime just studying that alone. But, you know, just to get a base knowledge, I think that one should study point by point, on a point by point basis, certain portions in creation, and then look at the deity or the Netaru that correspond with that demonstration. You see what I'm saying? And this will give one a greater drawing on understanding the Netaru and his function. Islam.
One more thing. I was just gonna say that even when I was younger, you look at the planets and how the planets align. That's, to me, showed me the chakras lining up from the top of the body, which means you are a universe. And I always had that understanding, but couldn't apply it because I didn't know what I was. It spoke to me, but I couldn't apply it. You know. And with that, I'll leave as a comment piece. Islam.
That's right, Islam. Yes, sir. We are the microcosm of the macrocosm. That's right. As it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. There's also a celestial expression in the connection with the celestial now that is above that relate to that which is within us. See, we have to have all of this knowledge. The now within us represent, that is special channel that runs along the spinal cord. You know what I mean? And once we reach the pinnacle, and we can get into the nodes and the pyramids and the temples, because at each node in ancient Kemet, there's a node, a nome in Egypt where it corresponds to what we would call our chakra points as well. So there's a traveling up the Nile within in order to reach the celestial Nile above. Up above the sun, moon, and stars around the almighty throne of Allah. That's what the prophet said. So we give honors to you, brother Islam, brother Bati Bey, for your measure. All right, sister Curta Bey, been sitting there waiting patiently with her hand up. You there, God is a queen. We know you turned and stirred up over there. What you got to say?
Islam, God, man. I tell you, you done it again. I tell you, wow. Let me give my honors right quick. First, let me rise and give praises to the great God Allah. I have to give honors to our holy prophet, Medu. I give honors to Act One. I give honors to all my government officials, and I give honors to you, God, man, for all that you do and all your research. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. You did it again. And with all the information that you gave us and the different I say papyrus, but yeah, I think we call it papyrus. But with all of that information, I don't understand. Yes, I do. I understand why they don't want to accept, because see, that's the truth. And when you putting it out there, and I'm following you a lot on Facebook, and I see them asking you different questions and stuff, and you just putting it out there. But the reason they don't want to accept it, because we've been programmed, we've been taught and groomed and trained to just accept what the Europeans tell us. And you find that in every area of our lives, even when we're dealing with medicine and with the doctors and stuff. I experienced this with my mom. If that European tell her to take something, she'll believe him. But I'm sitting here telling her what to take that's coming from the great God Allah, that we are holistic people, but she soon got the message out. She hung around me enough. She started realizing what I was telling her was true. But we just been programmed to believe what that Europeans say, and they don't want to accept what coming from us, even though we telling them the truth. But it's okay, and I encourage you keep doing what you're doing, because number one, a lot of them has been a lot of it is they've been programmed, and some of it they just don't want to accept it because of our color, because our skin color. I'm not black, but because it's coming from us, that they don't want to accept that. But if it comes from that European, you can say the same thing that European saying, and they won't listen to you, but they'll listen to him. And the thing that stood out to me, the main thing that stood out to me when you were doing this teaching, that reverse engineering. I have to keep that in front. That this is what they did. They then twisted everything, and they tried to put themselves. Well, we know we are the ones who gave civilization to the world, and the thing is, we have to know. When they then you talk about how they would crop things out, take the pictures and take something from a dynasty and then put it in their stuff, and to trick us into believing that it was it's ancient, it was an old picture of whatnot. How I can't explain it like you did, but how we know how they do. They'll take stuff and try to put it and say it's ancient, and it's really not. It's something that they done cropped up. And I love the way how you showed us how they even did made the hieroglyphs, how they took a machine and made all these things. I tell you, it's no length to what they would do to go to keep us ignorant. to keep us in the dark. But the main thing is they can't keep us in the dark. It's time now for the truth to be revealed. And the one thing I want to ask you when you was talking about the Book of the Dead, the coming forth by day, Dr. Ashby, do you have that book? He did a book too on that.
Yeah, I got his PDF on it.
Oh,
I
okay.
gotta
So
get
what?
the physical copy.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask you what you thought about that, because I know I understand when I look back over my life, over my journey. See, the great God of Allah exposed me to certain things, so when I got here, I wouldn't be blown away. I see how he, man, it's so beautiful how he had me, and he exposed me to certain things, but he wouldn't let me get go too deep in it. In the simple fact, because like what y'all say, it takes a more to teach a more how to be a more. So those, even though he exposed me to certain things on my journey here, they couldn't really teach me what I really needed to know, because none of them told me about Noble Drew Ali from the first place. But it was great information. I needed that. So now that I'm hearing it from you all, it's just like, that's why y'all see me so excited, because I'm like, oh, that's what they meant. Oh, that's what that meant. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. So it took me to get you into this government before I could understand everything that was going on. Yes, the Allah had exposed me to a bunch of this stuff, but he only let me got so far because he wanted my Moorish kin to teach me. Cause this is our teachings. And like we always say, it takes a more to teach a more how to be a more. So gratitude, God, man, I'm gonna stop there due to the time. I know some of the rest of them want to say something, but I'm just looking forward to the playback. Definitely got to get the playback, and looking forward to hopefully I can do our assignment when you send it out. But I know you did say do something about giving our interpretations of some of the, like you did with the newt and all of that, and I've seen many pictures of that, and the water and all of that primordial waters and all of it. I know what I'm trying to say. So hopefully I can understand it well enough to bring that assignment along. But gratitude, God, man, this was just a wealth of information. And like I said, definitely got to listen to that playback. And gratitude for letting me share Islam. Peace and love.
In Islam, peace and love, Grand National Secretary of the State of South Carolina, we give honors to you. And I'm gonna share my screen real quick one more time just to show you. And I do have a copy of the PDF of the brother Muata Ashby. I wanted to show you this before I show you his. See, this is a prime example on how, look, it tell you exactly where they took it from too. See the British Museum where they made them sheets? They done remixed them. Look at what they got up there. What is that?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Now, this is their Book of the Dead, though.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They hid the hieratic paper. You see? This is exactly what I be talking about right here. And they got 4, 5, 7, 6, 7 versions, according to that Book of the Dead breakdown I had let y'all see early.
Right.
You know, so some of them took their own thing and created some whole different measure. This E. Wallace Budge version. This is what I'm gonna show you right here. It should get to this picture. I had this one right here. Mine was just a yellow version. Look at him. See him right here?
Okay.
These are the photocopies that they created. This is reverse engineering right here.
Mm-hmm. See
what I'm saying? So they take everything else out of your consciousness. See them again? Yeah. Everything they getting, they trying to they're using what they're trying to do. They're trying to usurp the hieratic language with using this cursive hieroglyph. You see? They ain't tried. That's what they did, to be honest with you. Talking about the papyri of Nepsini and all that right there. Here go all them same papyri. A lot of them mentioned right here. Notice now, How they doing it?
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder why they got a Eurocentric woman following behind an Asiatic man.
Yeah, that's
I wonder why they keep doing that right there. You know, are they trying to embed this in the consciousness? This was, look here, same thing here again.
right. Yeah.
This is interracial relationships right here, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's what, yeah, inclusion.
Yeah, that's the only hieratic paper they put up there. All they did is put pictures up here.
Yeah.
You know, they wasn't really trying to show you how to transliterate and translate nothing.
Mm-mm.
See what I'm saying? Look at all that. Now they gonna get down here, I'm pretty sure, to the actual, this so-called translations. They got them right here. I'm trying to see if they put the pictures in this.
Right.
Hold up.
Okay, so,
Do they put them in here? Look like they got one or two.
yeah,
And I think this coming from, that's Gardenia sign list right there.
right.
Cause see, that's the thing, they build off each other knowledge. See the white crown, Upper Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff, they'll make it sound good. Like they really know what they're talking about. That's how they try to make you think. But I'm gonna show you a Muta Ashby book.
Okay.
They don't show it. This is just a translation.
Mhm.
They didn't put the pictures in this one. They didn't put the pictures in here. Yeah, outside of it. Hold up, here we go. They got a few things here, but they try to show certain signs. But yeah, they didn't really, they do it, Muta Ashby do it here. But now that you have an understanding of this, I don't hold this against this brother because he was doing the best he could. Now his interpretation is powerful.
Right.
Metaphysics are very powerful. You
Mhm.
know, so we ain't gonna beat the brother up because he one of our scholar that went and put a lot of work out there to try to give our people their own version. So we give him honor for that.
That's right.
However, you know, when we get over here, you know, to be honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I can see that he wasn't basically looking at a translation through alphabet.
Mm-hmm.
He actually was demonstrating, just like I read to you earlier when I was showing them ones that was demonstrating out of that other book.
Uh-huh.
And I was showing you how he was going into the signs and what they represented, because I know this is Dua.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an alphabet here, that's Dua. So I can see he placed that there with dealing with the symbol of the Dua.
Mm-hmm.
And right here we see this is a symbol of Ray.
Uh-huh.
You know, the circle of, you know, I can see that. So he's seen adorations to Ra. You know, I can see this here without even, you don't even have to have no alphabetical understand. All you got to do is know what it represents.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then you can understand what he's saying. So a lot of that he wasn't really focused on. He had his breakdowns for these things.
Right. Right.
You know, and that's what I mostly took to.
And that's what threw me off a little bit, because now that I getting our teaching, I didn't understand if he was trying to say that that was the alphabet, when we know that that's not an alphabet. That's just the pictorial of it. And but he did have that meaning under there. So I didn't understand, was he trying to say that that was the alphabet or not? And
I see. Yeah, I see him more using the symbols, you know, as we can say a silhouette, so to speak, of what he had to bring forth. Like he called this the mystic chapters of the Ranu Pert M Heru, the ancient Egyptian book of enlightenment,
right.
which he didn't call the book of the dead. So kudos to the brother for that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Then he goes into his book, just like Ra'u Nefer Amen did. He talked about Medu, but it ain't no alphabet being taught in it.
Right.
And that's good. You know what I mean? And that's basically what this brother goes into. He goes into a lot of metaphysics here.
Uh-huh.
And he called this a new translation of the, well, he said the Pert M Heru.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we need a new translation of the ancient Egyptian book of the dead? He said, if you picked up a Christian Bible, and we know, you know, a true translation would come from the hieratic.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But he said, you would notice that you do not have the original text. And see, that's the same thing I was saying. In fact, the present versions of centuries are removed from the original scriptures, which comprise the original text. The Bible is one of the primary sources containing information regarding beliefs of the Christian faith.
Mhm.
It is a compilation of selected portions of writings by different authors written over a period of 1,000 to 2,000 years. It says 15,000 BC, 200 ACE. It's composed of two main sections, Old Testament, New Testament, which are made up of smaller books. The original form of the Old Testament is in ancient Hebrew language, later about 250 BC. The Old Testament was translated into Greek. He's just going into the history of the Bible, but then he goes and says, however, at the same time, the necessity for translations opens the door to corruption and misunderstanding, and some translators may want to present a certain view of the scriptures to prove their own viewpoints, or to mislead others, or they simply may not produce a correct translation because they do not understand the philosophy which the original sages were trying to impart. And I can already see he going into the fact that after what he done read,
Yeah.
he thinking just like me, that, you know, he don't agree with the European interpretation, so he gonna come forward with his own draw.
That's right.
That's where I can see him going. Listen to what he said. Many people do not see the spiritual scriptures as books of spiritual principles being imparted through metaphor. See, he already talking about it. You can tell his interpretations of metaphysics, I noticed by reading. Rather, they insist that they are to be believed word for word or not at all. If this is the case, if certain words and customs and ideas cannot be understood by theologians and scholars, as they have already admitted, there is bound to be some misunderstanding. For example, the people in the modern industrialized countries live with modern plumbing and aqueducts. Their concerns are different than people thousands of years ago worrying about the annual Nile flood or rains for watering their crops. Since ancient spiritual scriptures are most often enveloped in mythology, which has been blended with historic events and personalities, these will inevitably contain some information related by expressions that only people living in those times would understand. If the scriptures are interpreted strictly in historical or literal terms, they will become the object of many different interpretations and consequently arguments and misinterpretation as well. For this reason, the religious beliefs of the translator of the particular text in question may or may not be in agreement with the original scriptural meaning, and may consequently influence the translation. Therefore, the reader should exercise caution when choosing a translation to use for study. That's another thing. If you got people that were Coptic Christians to translate things and transliterate things, you can expect, you know, ones to be putting their own little demonstration in there. You see?
Yeah.
It says another important consideration is that the translator should be a practitioner of the philosophy as well. That is one who is involved with the culture of the text. In this way, by living the teaching, they can draw from the field of the teaching and thereby bring to bear the inner insight that comes from the divine source. And the European did not believe in the teachings of Kemet.
That's right.
So how can we trust them? You know, he went on basically talking about some terms that he will bring forth, a new meaning of the old text, which in turn affects the understanding and meaning of the teachings. Although revision work has been incorporated into this volume, its most important contribution relates to the interpretation of the scriptures from the point of view of a living mystical tradition. So we already see where he's going. Unlike the Bible, whose original texts were translated into many languages, the Rupert M. Heru has not suffered removal from its original form, but from convention to suit modern culture. What I mean is that the pervasiveness of the Bible, its various versions, has caused a situation in which many people, including scholars, have come to believe the Bible as being historically accurate and the final authority on spiritual teachings. They also view modern versions as being true to the original version, while the study of Pert M. Heru has been mostly confined to scholars and a limited number of interested people. It has suffered from being interpreted by scientists instead of religious scholars and practitioners of the philosophy. Thus, the translations, while being accurate in many respects, have lost deeper meaning, which was originally intended. Yet this meaning is as real today as it was 7,000 years ago when the pyramid texts were carved in stone. But it can only be discovered if the translation and interpretation has a spiritual basis. You know, so I see what the brother getting at, you know, and he pretty much just really going through here and breaking down, you know, his metaphysics in relation to dealing with these things.
Oh, okay.
Getting into the yoga, you know, certain words, Samai Tawi, which don't represent alphabets, they represent words.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
that's
big.
all he doing. Is he going into the metaphysics of everything here.
Yes, yes,
You
yes.
know, so,
He teach from that yoga, dealing with yoga and stuff. He
yeah.
was very deep into teaching yoga. But you
Mhm.
know, yeah.
So yeah, like I said, now that Moors are more elevated in their consciousness, you know, like I said, I think Mustafa Gadala is always the best one to start one off with because he make it plain,
That's right.
you know, but he also take you deep, but it's still in a way that the average person can understand it.
That's right.
So, but this is more graduated, you know, chematology here when you go to talk about this in Medu.
Right,
You
right.
know, because the brother going up through that. You
Yeah.
got to have an adept mind to understand it. And a lot of the stuff he be quoting the prophet too. That's another reason why I give.
But yet he didn't tell me about the prophet. I think that's what made me but the prophet had to straighten me out because I was a little upset with all my activists and him and all of them because I'm like, why y'all didn't tell me about the holy prophet? Why you didn't tell me this? But like I said, the great God Allah had his way. He didn't mean for them. It wasn't their place to teach me that. It was for you all to teach me because we are Moors and you are Moors and it takes a Moor to teach a Moor how to be the Moor. So I had to, that's a little thing I had to overcome. So gratitude. Yes, I was upset they didn't tell me about my prophet now, but I know now. And gratitude, Islam.
Yeah, it was almost as upset I was with Farrakhan, not admitting that we Moors, but then I say, well, it ain't his job to teach that. That's our job.
That's right. There you
You know
go.
what I
I
mean?
had to learn
So
that the hard way.
he done hinted at it as much as he could.
Right,
You know
right.
what I mean? So he know what time it is, but that's our job to take this thing where it's supposed to be.
There you
So
go.
yeah, I was the same way, you know. Yeah, so yeah, works like his work and the other brother work, you know, we'll be able to wade through them in
Okay.
conjunction with what we stand on based upon what we at, you know, the
Right,
knowledge that we have.
right,
You know,
right.
truth come in degrees.
That's right. That's
You
right.
know what I mean? It ain't that one want to hold something back, is that it just come in degrees. You know what I mean?
Islam.
So yeah, praise be to Allah. Islamism without the schism. Let me see here. I think we got a few more that may want to bring a message to the manifest, and we're gonna bring this demonstration to a close. Is there any other more who would like to come forth and give a drawing before we close this measure out? Going once, going twice. All right, Moorish America, you are definitely thrice blessed. This has been a grand class, you know, and we give honors to all of you. We'll get the measure on the manifest. Really ain't but one item that we want to clarify and bring to the manifest. It's really going to be dealing with, and we already tapped into this a little bit, but we want our family to do some thorough research. We ain't going to give but 7. You know, 7 drawings. It can be the Netaru if you want to, or it can just be certain expression in things in nature. And we want our family to get their own breakdown, you know, metaphysically, you know, as they relate to, you know, these 7 chosen symbols that you come up with or what you find, you know, the history behind them, you know, as far as to your knowledge, you know, so that's where we want to go with it. But at this particular time, we'll call on our beloved goddess and queen, Sister Curta Bay, take us to the 3rd expression of elevation, 3rd heaven. We love you more, Shamira. All right, Sister Curta Bay, you got it.
Islam, I got it. January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We offer love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violate the divine movement of the Moorish of divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turbans and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breasts of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relations that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. Go in peace, Moors. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Go in peace, Moors. Peace and love. Grand class.
Yeah, grand class, Assistant Grand Sheik, grand class. Peace and love, Moors. Peace and love.
Islam, peace and love.